Your Excellency, Professor Prokopios Pavlopoulos, former President of the Hellenic Republic, academic, honorary professor of the Faculty of Law at ECPA, Your Excellency, Mr. Xiao Zhongzheng, Chinese Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, Rear Admiral Panos Laskaridis, President of our hearts at the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation, Vice Admiral Chronis Koulouris, Commander-in-Chief of the Hellenic Fleet, Your Honors, Ambassadors, Admirals, Generals, Professors, Conference Speakers, dear friends, thank you all for coming here today to attend the seminar in the form of a conference under the title Culture and Civilization in China and Europe, from a parallel past to a common future, organized by the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation and Chinese Academy of Social Sciences Center for China Studies, that we are proud to host on a permanent basis at our premises in Piraeus since 2019. The seminar is supported by the China and Central and Eastern European Countries Institute, the Institute of European Studies of CAS, and our prominent panel speakers. Special thanks are extended to His Excellency Professor Prokopios Pavlopoulos, former President of the Hellenic Republic, academic honorary professor of the Faculty of Law, ECPA, for setting the scene for the discussions that will take place today with his keynote speech. His title will be Greek Civilization, Showing the Way to the Dialogue of Civilizations. His Excellency will be preceded by short welcome addresses by Rear Admiral Panos Laskaridis, His Excellency Xiao Zhongzheng, and Professor Zhao Jianglin, Vice Director of the Institute of European Studies, CAS. The seminar will open with two morning sessions. The first session is Historical Comparison and Modern Development of Chinese and European Civilization. And the second morning session will be China-Europe, Cultural Heritage Protection and Cultural Inheritance. After a light lunch, two afternoon sessions will follow. The development of China-Europe relations, driven by economic and cultural cooperation, and cooperation between Chinese and European think tanks in a changing world. The seminar will close with a short wrap-up. With these introductory words, I pass the floor to the President of the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation, Rear Admiral Panos Laskaridis. Thank you.
Εξοχότατε κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Πρέσβη, κύριε Αρχηγέ, κύριε Αρχηγοί, κυρίες και κύριοι, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ που ήρθατε σήμερα εδώ μαζί μας για αυτή την συνάντηση. Είναι μια συνάντηση σε μια μεγάλη σειρά από εκδηλώσεις που το Ίδρυμα κάνει εδώ και χρόνια, σε μια πολύπλευρη συνεργασία που έχουμε αναπτύξει με την Δημοκρατία της Κίνας και με διάφορες πολιτιστικές οντότητες εκεί. Και παρόλο που σήμερα το κύριο μας θέμα αφορά την Κινεζική Ακαδημία των Κοινωνικών Επιστημών, θα ήθελα πάρα πολύ γρήγορα να σας δώσω μία περίληψη των σχέσεων αυτών. Οι σχέσεις μας αυτές ξεκίνησαν πριν από περίπου 10 χρόνια, όταν ξεκινήσαμε μία συνεργασία με το Πανεπιστήμιο του Τσίνχουα στο Πεκίνο, που δεν είναι το μεγαλύτερο της Κίνας, αλλά είναι αυτό με το μεγαλύτερο κύρος. Ένα πανεπιστήμιο που κυρίως εστιάζεται στις θετικές επιστήμες, αλλά από το οποίο έχουν αποφοιτήσει διαδοχικές κινεζικές ηγεσίες και χέρι πολύ μεγάλης εκτίμησης και στην Κίνα και στο εξωτερικό. συνεργασία αυτή συνεχίζεται για δεύτερη πενταετία τώρα, η οποία κοντεύει και αυτή να τελειώσει, και συνίσταται κυρίως σε ανταλλαγές διαφόρων καθηγητών από την Ελλάδα στην Κίνα και πολλών διδακτορικών και μεταδιδακτορικών φοιτητών που έρχονται από την Κίνα στην Ελλάδα για να αφιερώσουν εδώ κάποιον χρόνο σε σπουδές σε ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια ή με Έλληνες καθηγητές στο πεδίο του ενδιαφέροντός τους. Αυτή η συνεργασία, όπως είπα, συνεχίζεται. Πρόσφατα ήμασταν στην Κίνα, στο Πεκίνο, και συναντηθήκαμε με το Πανεπιστήμιο. Να σημειώσω εδώ ότι πριν από χρόνια ο κύριος Πρόεδρος είχε έρθει στην Κίνα το 19 όταν έκανε την επίσημη του επίσκεψη εκεί και μας είχε τιμήσει με μια πολύ σημαντική ομιλία στο Πανεπιστήμιο εκεί. Την ίδια περίπου εποχή, λίγο πριν, είχαμε οργανώσει μια πολύ μεγάλη και σοβαρή έκθεση βιβλίου της ελληνικής γλώσσας στο Πεκίνο, με κύριο συμμετέχοντα τότε και ομιλητή τον καθηγητή, τον κύριο Μπαμπινιώτη, και πολλές άλλες εκδηλώσεις και σε φυσικό αλλά και σε διαδικτυακό επίπεδο. Στη συνέχεια, το 2019 και λίγο πριν την επίσκεψη στην Ελλάδα του Προέδρου της Κίνας, του Προέδρου Ξι, κάναμε μια συμφωνία για μια συνεργασία με την Κινεζική Ακαδημία των Κοινωνικών Επιστημών, το ΚΑΣ, και φτιάξαμε εδώ στην Ελλάδα αυτό που λέει εδώ, το Κέντρο για τη Μελέτη των Ελληνοκινεζικών Σχέσεων, και αυτή η συμφωνία ήταν μία από τις 14 συμφωνίες που ίσως θα θυμάστε είχαν υπογραφεί τότε στην επίσκεψη του Προέδρου της Κίνας στην Ελλάδα. Στη συνέχεια το κέντρο αυτό ατώνησε κάπως λόγω της πανδημίας, αλλά σιγά σιγά ξαναρχίσαμε τις επαφές μας και τις σχέσεις μας, και κυρίως διαδικτυακά αλλά και με επισκέψεις συνεχίσαμε τις επαφές μας, τις διαδικτυακές συναντήσεις, τα σεμινάρια, μικρά συνέδρια, και τώρα πλέον που το θέμα της πανδημίας έχει λήξει, προσβλέπουμε σε μια αύξηση αυτής της δραστηριότητας. Και να αναφέρω παρενθετικά και μια τρίτη πρωτοβουλία που πήραμε πρόσφατα, πολύ πρόσφατα, και δεν έχει ακόμα ολοκληρωθεί, αλλά πιστεύω ότι θα ολοκληρωθεί επιτυχώς. Υπάρχει στη Σανγκάη το λεγόμενο Πανεπιστήμιο Διεθνών Σπουδών της Σανγκάης, το ΣΥΣΟΥ, το οποίο είναι ένα από τα δύο μοναδικά πανεπιστήμια στην Κίνα που έχουν τμήμα ελληνικής γλώσσας, αλλά είναι το σημαντικότερο μάλλον. Και πάρα πολλές και πάρα πολλοί από τους υπαλλήλους της πρεσβείας της Κίνας εδώ, που μιλούν άπτεστα, πραγματικά άπτεστα ελληνικά, έχουν αποφοιτήσει από εκεί. Τώρα λοιπόν στο πρόσφατο ταξίδι πήγαμε εκεί, είδαμε το πανεπιστήμιο αυτό, και η κοινή μας επιθυμία είναι να μπορέσουμε να δημιουργήσουμε εκεί ένα μικρό κέντρο ελληνικής γλώσσας, όπως υπάρχει ένα άλλο αντίστοιχο ισπανικής γλώσσας, το οποίο να το χρηματοδοτήσουμε και παράλληλα να ενισχύσουμε αυτό το τμήμα της ελληνικής γλώσσας, το οποίο πράγματι είναι πολύ αξιόλογο. Εμείς είδαμε και τους μαθητές εκεί και τους καθηγητές, οι οποίοι όλοι μιλούν άπτεστα ελληνικά, ακόμα και οι μαθητές της πρώτης χρονιάς, οι δευτεροετής και οι τριτοετής, μελετούν ελληνική πίεση, ελληνική λογοτεχνία σε πολύ υψηλό επίπεδο, και νομίζω ότι θα καταλήξει και αυτό σε επιτυχία, ούτως ώστε να δημιουργηθεί αυτό το κέντρο της ελληνικής γλώσσας. Τώρα, ειδικότερα για την Κινεζική Ακαδημία των Κοινωνικών Επιστημών. Στην επίσκεψή μας εκεί διαπιστώσαμε, και στη συνέχεια και εδώ παρακολουθήσαμε, ότι υπάρχει η θέληση από την κινεζική πλευρά, η οποία ήδη έχει προχωρήσει και έχει αρχίσει να υλοποιείται, κατόπιν συμφωνίας καταρχήν των Πρωθυπουργών της Ελλάδας και της Κίνας, αλλά στη συνέχεια και σε χαμηλότερα κλιμάκια, σε επίπεδο Υπουργών Πολιτισμού, να ιδρυθεί στην Ελλάδα μια σχολή κινεζικών σπουδών, όπως υπάρχουν πολλές άλλες σχολές άλλων κρατών εδώ και πάρα πολλές δεκαετίες. Έτσι λοιπόν η κινεζική πλευρά έχει ήδη καταθέσει την αίτησή της στο Υπουργείο Πολιτισμού. Από ό,τι φαίνεται σε πολιτικό επίπεδο υπάρχει συμφωνία. Τώρα βρισκόμαστε στην γραφειοκρατική διαδικασία και η Ακαδημία σχεδιάζει ένα μεγάλο συνέδριο στο Πεκίνο τον Οκτώβριο, όπου καταλαβαίνω ότι η επιθυμία είναι εκεί στο συνέδριο αυτό, στη διάρκεια του συνεδρίου αυτού, να υπογραφεί η τελική συμφωνία για την ίδρυση της σχολής στην Ελλάδα. Εμείς συνεργαζόμαστε με την Ακαδημία στενά, βοηθούμε όπου μπορούμε και εκπονούμε και ένα πρόγραμμα εκδηλώσεων, όπως η σημερινή παραδείγματος χάριν, είτε εδώ είτε στο Πεκίνο, εναλλάξ, και πιστεύω ότι οι συναντήσεις αυτές και οι εκδηλώσεις αυτές θα συνεχιστούν με επιτυχία. Οι σχέσεις της Ελλάδας με την Κίνα βέβαια βρίσκονται σε άριστο επίπεδο και οι πολιτιστικές σχέσεις πραγματικά ανθούν τον τελευταίο καιρό και υπάρχει και μεγάλη δραστηριότητα από κινεζικές πλευρές, πανεπιστήμια και άλλες οργανώσεις να συνεργαστούν εδώ στην Ελλάδα με φορείς δικούς μας, άλλοτε λιγότερο και άλλοτε περισσότερο επιτυχώς. Οι λιγότερο επιτυχείς προσπάθειες συνήθως κολλάνε στην ελληνική γραφειοκρατία και στην δισκαμψία εδώ των δημόσιων φορέων, αλλά υπάρχουν πολλές προσπάθειες οι οποίες εξελίσσονται και είμαι βέβαιος ότι θα έχουμε και άλλες επιτυχίες εκεί. Υπάρχει πάντοτε μια δυσκολία στις σχέσεις αυτές να ξεχωρίσουμε το καθαρός ακαδημαϊκό και πολιτιστικό κομμάτι από το πολιτικό κομμάτι. Η θέση της Ελλάδας, και έχουμε συζητήσει πολλές φορές και με τον πρέσβη, το θέμα αυτό είναι ιδιαίτερα λεπτή, για λόγους που δεν χρειάζονται μεγαλύτερη ανάλυση εδώ. Πρέπει να είμαστε ιδιαίτερα προσεκτικοί, αλλά για ένα ίδρυμα όπως το δικό μας, αυτό που κατεξοχήν και αποκλειστικά μας ενδιαφέρει είναι οι πολιτιστικές ανταλλαγές, οι πολιτιστικές σχέσεις, και αυτές προσπαθούμε με κάθε δυνατότητα και σε κάθε ευκαιρία να προωθήσουμε. Υπάρχει ακόμα πάρα πολύ έδαφος. Θα ήθελα να πω επίσης ότι στην τελευταία μας επίσκεψη στην Κίνα προ 3-4 εβδομάδων, όπου είχαμε πάει με μια αποστολή Ελλήνων καθηγητών οι οποίοι έλαβαν μέρος εκεί σε ένα συνέδριο που έγινε στο Πανεπιστήμιο, εντυπωσιαστήκαμε απίστευτα από το επίπεδο στο οποίο έχει φτάσει η Κίνα. Εγώ είχα χρόνια να πάω, η τελευταία φορά είχα την τιμή να ακολουθήσω τον πρόεδρό μας το 19 και προηγουμένως μερικά χρόνια πίσω. Είναι πραγματικά απίστευτη η πρόοδος της Κίνας. Και καλό θα είναι και εμείς να πάρουμε μερικά παραδείγματα από αυτήν την πρόοδο και να κοιτάξουμε να βάλουμε τα πράγματα εδώ σε μια καλύτερη και πιο σωστή γραμμή από ό,τι ακολουθούμε μέχρι σήμερα. Πάντως υπάρχει, και το διαπιστώσαμε και το διαπιστώνουμε κάθε φορά που πηγαίνουμε στην Κίνα, υπάρχει μια πολύ μεγάλη και θετική ανταπόκριση και θετική ενέργεια από κάθε κινεζικό πολιτιστικό μορφωτικό τομέα και οργάνωση για την Ελλάδα, για τους Έλληνες, για τον πολιτισμό της, που ξέρετε στη διεθνή διπλωματία που κυρίως μετράει το μέγεθος και η δύναμη ενός κράτους, εδώ βλέπουμε ότι αυτό δεν είναι το πρωτεύον, αλλά το πρωτεύον είναι η εκτίμηση στον πολιτισμό, στην κουλτούρα και στην καλλιέργεια των Ελλήνων από αυτό το τεράστιο κράτος, το οποίο έχει κάνει γιγαντιαία άλματα πρόοδου και εξακολουθεί να κάνει. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τον Πρόεδρο που πάντοτε μας υποστηρίζει και συμμετέχει στις προσπάθειές μας, τον κύριο Πρέσβη που εδώ συνεχίζει την παράδοση της προκατόχου του και ο ίδιος ενεργά στηρίζει και προωθεί τις ελληνοκινέζικες σχέσεις και να σας διαβεβαιώσω, κύριε Πρέσβη, ότι εμείς από την πλευρά μας θα προσπαθούμε πάντοτε να προωθήσουμε τις σχέσεις αυτές. Και ευχαριστώ και όλους που ήρθατε σήμερα και ελπίζω ότι θα έχουμε ενδιαφέρουσες ομιλίες και θα ευχαριστηθούμε τη σημερινή συνάντηση. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
His Excellency Xiao Zhongzhen, Chinese Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, the floor is yours, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. Prokopios Pavlopoulos, former President of Hellenic Republic, Mr. Panos Laskaridis, President of ALF, Mrs. Zhao Jiangling, Deputy Director General of the Bureau of International Cooperation of CARS, and also Mr. Mazarakis, the Director General of ALF. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The only certain thing about the world today is uncertainty. The world is sick if it fails to provide certainty. When the world is sick, statesmen are supposed to offer a cure. If the statesmen are ill, they refer to philosophers for treatment. So what if the philosophers are also unwell? Who do they turn to for help? I believe in seeking a remedy for today's world. We can draw wisdom and inspiration from ancient civilizations. This is what the seminar all about. I thank the Laskaridis Foundation and CARS for the strategic vision and concrete efforts. The vitality of a great civilization lies in benefiting its era. In February 2023, Chinese President Xi Jinping replied to a letter from Greek scholars of the Center of Ancient Chinese and Greek Civilizations, in which he indicated that the world today is undergoing profound changes unseen in a century. To solve understanding contradictions and problems facing the mankind, it is necessary to rely on material means to overcome difficulties and rely on strength of spirit to rectify mind through thinking with sincerity. As we speak, Europe is caught between two wars, and China's development and its efforts against climate change are also disrupted by tariff and trade wars. So against such backgrounds, it is more urgent than ever for us to draw lessons and wisdom from the mutual learning of the ancient civilizations. First, we should work together to build a strong sense of community. Unity is a salient feature of Chinese civilization. There has always been a culture and a political tradition of great unity in China. This tradition determines that the diverse cultures of all Chinese as groups are meant to be integrated, even in face of major setbacks. A common belief has thus been established in China that our territory must not be divided. The country must not fall into chaos. Chinese ethnic groups must not be separated. And the continuity of Chinese civilizations must be maintained. This tradition also determines that national reunification is always at the core of China's fundamental interests, and that a strong, unified country is vital to all its people. Over the past 7 decades, the EU is working to forge a sense of community among its member states. Cooperation based on common values facilitates the integration of the EU, strengthens European strategic autonomy, and helps to create more certainty for the multipolar world. On that basis, China and Europe can join hands in building a community of shared future for mankind. Second, we should work together to address climate change. Europe has played a leading role in the development of concepts, rules, and institutions regarding climate change. Yet, in recent years, the Union has been making political moves and protectionist measures against China and its renewable energy capacity. Such practice not only undermine the EU's image as a green leader, but also disrupt the global green efforts. The rapid growth of China's new energy industry is not a favor granted by anyone, but a result of free market choice. Our decade-long effective governance has given the industry a comparative advantage in the global competition. China aims to have emission peak by 2030 and to achieve emission neutrality by 2060. So with its hardworking people, modernized infrastructure system, complete industrial sectors, and quality vocational education, the country is expected to fulfill this target as scheduled, while making due contribution to global green transition. Climate change knows no borders. Addressing the issues requires international cooperation. We hope that EU can bear this big picture in mind and negotiate with the Chinese side to resolve trade frictions concerning China's new energy products. Third, we should work together to explore ways to make democracy more effective. Democracy is an important means of national governance and a common value for all humanity. It is not a prerogative of a certain country or a tool to repress anyone who disagree with them. So no country's democracy is superior than the others. The US attempts to hype up the narrative of democracy versus authoritarianism is meant to divert attention away from its own dysfunctional democracy. So what China pursues is the whole process people's democracy, a model of modern governance with Oriental cultural features. European democracy, in contrast, is facing increasing threat from populism. Under such circumstances, scholars from China and Europe should get together for mutual exchanges of ideas and explore ways to make democracy more effective. Ladies and gentlemen, I admit that the influence of the United States in political, economic, military, and technological fields in this turbulent world should not be underestimated. But the role played by Greek and European civilizations should be given more emphasis when it comes to finding solutions for our future. To leave this turbulent world behind us, we must have clear directions and goals. Without a good understanding of Greek civilization and European civilization, we cannot see the future of the world clearly. But without being a vassal to the US, we can still shape the future together. The renowned Chinese scholar, journalist, and former cabinet minister Liang Qicao wrote a record of my travel impression in Europe in 1920, 100 years ago. So in this book, he proposed that China could play a huge responsibility in the world civilization. At that time, Chinese scholars were exploring the possibilities of how Chinese culture could contribute to the world civilization. So 100 years later have passed. Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed the Global Civilization Initiative in 2023. Today, the Chinese government, scholars, and think tanks have more confidence, ability, and means to promote the mutual learning of human civilizations. Aristotle once said, "A friend is a second self." In the exchange of civilizations, I hope China and Greece, China and Europe can find their second self in each other and prosper together. Finally, I wish the seminar a complete success. Thank you.
Professor Zhao Zhanglin, Vice Director of the Institute of European Studies, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Mr. Pavlopoulos, and distinguished Mr. Panos distinguished Panos Redis, and distinguished Mr. Xiao Jinzheng, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to have an opportunity to attend such an important seminar in Greece, jointly organized by Institute of European Studies at the Chinese Academy of Social Science and Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation. On behalf of the Institute of European Studies and its General Director Feng Zhongping, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all attendees and extend my warm congratulations on the successful holding of today's seminar. Last year, President Xi proposed the Global Civilization Initiative. Both China and Greece are ancient civilizations with histories spanning thousands of years and have made significant contributions to the progress of human civilization. In the past, due to the influence of the natural environment and inconvenient transportation, both China and Greece developed in parallel level with very few opportunities for mutual exchange and interaction. Today, these two Asian civilizations are no longer confined to their respective spaces and can engage in culture exchanges most smoothly, providing humanity with new opportunity for great benefit through cooperation. The Institute of European Studies specializes in European research. It includes studies studying in fields such as European economics, European politicals, EU law, European society and culture, and the international relationship between China and the European countries. It also oversees China's first overseas non-profit academic entity, the China CEE Institute, registered and operating in Hungary since 2017. Additionally, it manages the 3 overseas Chinese study centers, the CAS-ARF, Center for China Studies, the CAS UC, University of Coimbra, China Study Center, and the Center of China Studies between CAS and the EUC, European University Cyprus. With increasing cultural integration, the Institute of European Studies is eager to serve as a main platform and a channel for academic exchange and interaction between China and Greece. The Institute of European Studies has a long focus on strengthening academic cooperation and dialogue with Greek academic institutions and think tanks. Every year, many researchers from the Institute and other CAS institutions visit Greece for academic exchanges, and the Institute also actively invited Greek scholars to participate in academic activities in China. In order to deepen bilateral cooperation between CAS and Greek institutions, the Institute will also establish a joint research project to discuss topics of common interest and welcomes all Greek friends to participate in this endeavor to promote the steady development of China-European relations. The Institute will continue to support 3 Chinese study centers by sending Chinese scholars to conduct research, thereby promote academic exchanges between China and Greece and other European countries. These centers will serve as platforms to support more Greek scholars visiting the Institute of European Studies. Further strengthen academic connections between China and Greece. Additionally, the Institute will create an English version of its European Research Journal, encouraging researchers from Greece and other European countries to submit their articles. In early November, Chinese Academy of Social Science will host the 10th high-level think tank forum between China and the Central and Eastern European countries. The forum will invite participants from various sectors in Europe, and we warmly welcome all friends present today to attend the forum. Next year will mark the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between China and Europe. We look forward to scholars from both sides sharing stories of China-European relations and playing a positive role in the further development of these relations. The charm of civilization lies in communication. This is my first visit to Greece, and the real Greece is even more shocked than what I imagined. The Institute of European Studies and Akaterini Laskaridis Foundation have maintained very friendly exchanges. Since its establishment, the CAS-ARF Center for China Studies has focused on high-quality development of the Belt and Road Initiative and exchanges and mutual learning between Chinese and European civilizations. It has held 4 international seminars, inviting Chinese and European government officials and scholars to comprehensively discuss theoretical and practical issues related to China-EU and China-Greece relations. These seminars have become important annual activities of the China Study Center. Moreover, the projected 50-year oral history of friendly relations between China and Greece is also being promoted to reveal the history of bilateral relations, collect and organize personal experience and memories of many events, and explore valuable first-hand information on the development of China-Greece relations. In preparation for this seminar, the Institute of European Studies and Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation has intense communication. In May, both sides held a seminar on current issues concerning Sino-European relations and the exchanges and the mutual learning between China and Greece in Beijing. The Foundation's delegation visited Beijing to discuss major issues such as China-European relations and bilateral exchanges with researchers from the Institute of European Studies and other institutions. I'm pleased to see many friends here today to expand the scope and the depth of our discussions. The Chinese Academy of Social Science has sent about 10 delegations to participate in this seminar to exchange ideas with Greek counterparts on topics such as China-European culture and civilization dialogue. If possible, I hope to hold the next seminar in Beijing and welcome the Greek friends attending today to visit China for in-depth exchange on the topic of civilization once again. Here, I also have a small request. I look forward to experts and scholars contributing papers and publishing these papers from this seminar and the next seminar in Beijing as a testament to cooperation and exchange of civilization between scholars from both sides. I would like to extend my gratitude to the seminar staff. Without them, we cannot be able to gather here today and exchange ideas freely. At last, I wish the seminar a complete success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zhao. In 2019, the then President of the Hellenic Republic, Professor Prokopios Pavlopoulos, made a groundbreaking speech at the Tsinghua University, as Admiral Laskaridis mentioned before. Today, we are honored to have him open the main part of the discussions that will follow with his keynote speech, Greek Civilization, Showing the Way to the Dialogue of Civilizations. Mr. President.
Κύριε Πρέσβη, κύριε Αρχηγή, κύριε Ναύαρχε, φίλε κύριε Λασκαρίδη, Προφέσορ Ζάου, κυρίες και κύριοι, και επιτρέψτε μια αναφορά ειδική ανάμεσά σας σε έναν άνθρωπο, μεγάλο άνθρωπο του πολιτισμού, τον Γιώργο Χατζηνάτσιο, που είναι σήμερα μαζί μας. Θέλω να συγχαρώ, και γι' αυτό είμαι εδώ, όχι μόνο η φιλία μου με τον Πάνο τον Λασκαρίδη, αλλά θέλω να συγχαρώ το Ίδρυμα Εκατερίνης Λασκαρίδη, ένα φωτεινό παράδειγμα σε αυτούς τους χαλεπούς καιρούς και της πατρίδας μας, για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο υπηρετεί τον πολιτισμό, το πνεύμα. Οργανώνοντας και αυτό το σεμινάριο, ένα σεμινάριο μαζί με το Πανεπιστήμιο και την Ακαδημία, την Κινεζική Ακαδημία Κοινωνικών Επιστημών, το οποίο είναι αφιερωμένο στο μεγάλο ζήτημα του πολιτισμού, των πολιτισμών μας, του διαλόγου των πολιτισμών, ιδίως ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και την Κίνα, στην Κίνα και την Ελλάδα. Πάντα πίστευα, το λέω πριν καν αποκτήσω πολιτικά αξιώματα, ότι στην ιστορία του πολιτισμού υπάρχουν δύο πανάρχαιοι πολιτισμοί, που επειδή ακριβώς είναι πραγματικοί πολιτισμοί, ούτε συγκρούονται, ούτε βεβαίως αντιπαρατίθενται, αλλά υπό όρους ισοτιμίας διαλέγονται. Και αυτό είναι εκείνο το οποίο τους επιτρέπει να διαδραματίζουν το ρόλο που τους αναλογεί. Και σήμερα, σε αυτή την εποχή, ο ρόλος αυτός αποκτά υπαρξιακές στην κυριολεξία διαστάσεις. Κυρίες και κύριοι, εύχομαι αυτή η πρόβλεψη που θα σας κάνω να μην είναι Κασάνδρια. Εύχομαι να είναι απλώς μια προειδοποίηση από έναν απλό άνθρωπο, που νομίζω όμως ότι στη συγκεκριμένη περίπτωση εκφράζει πολύ σκεπτόμενο κόσμο. Στα χρόνια που έρχονται, εάν δεν αναπτύξουμε το διάλογο των πολιτισμών, αν κάθε μεγάλος πολιτισμός δεν δώσει τον οβολό του στην υπόθεση της ειρήνης, του ανθρωπισμού και της δημοκρατίας, αυτός ο κόσμος δεν θα υπάρξει με τη μορφή που τον ξέραμε και πολύ περισσότερο με τη μορφή μέσω της οποίας μπορεί να υπηρετήσει το στόχο της δημιουργίας του ανθρώπου. Σήμερα είμαι εδώ, η ομιλία μου είναι εκτενής, αλλά είναι γραπτή. Έχω δώσει τον κύριο Μαζαράκη και μπορεί να στην κοινοποιήσει. Περίληψη αυτό που θα πω. Σήμερα εδώ είμαι για να τονίσω ότι από την πλευρά του ελληνικού πολιτισμού, το όχημα, για να το πω, πάνω στο οποίο κινήθηκε ο ελληνικός πολιτισμός, για να δημιουργήσει αυτό το υπέροχο οικοδόμημα, το οποίο είναι ο βασικός πυλώνας του δυτικού πολιτισμού και ένας βασικός πυλώνας σε επίπεδο παγκόσμιου πολιτισμού. Δεν το λέω εγώ, Αντρέ Μαλρό, 29 Μαΐου του 1958, στην πρώτη φωταγωγή της Ακρόπολης, είπε κάτω ακριβώς από την Ακρόπολη ο Υπουργός Πολιτισμού του στρατηγού Ντεγκόλ. Από εδώ αρχίζει ο παγκόσμιος πολιτισμός. Αυτή είναι η Ελλάδα. Δεν επερώμεθα. Δεν διεκδικούμε τη μοναδικότητα. Δεν διεκδικούμε την υπεροχή. Απλώς, όσο μιλάμε για τον πολιτισμό μας εμείς οι Έλληνες, πολύ περισσότερο αναλογιζόμαστε τις ευθύνες μας απέναντι στο μέλλον της ανθρωπότητας. Αυτός ο πολιτισμός, λοιπόν, έχει ένα βασικό χαρακτηριστικό. Όχημά του για τη δημιουργία του υπήρξε κάτι το μοναδικό στην ιστορία των γραμμάτων σε παγκόσμια κλίμακα και αυτό λέγεται ελληνική γλώσσα. Η ελληνική γλώσσα, πέραν το ότι διαμόρφωσε τις συνθήκες δημιουργίας του έθνους των Ελλήνων, και πάλι δεν το λέω εγώ, στο πρώτο βιβλίο του Θουκυδίδη, κατά τη μετάφραση τουλάχιστον του Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου, στο πρώτο βιβλίο του Θουκυδίδη, ο Θουκυδίδης αναλύει γιατί το έθνος των Ελλήνων δημιουργήθηκε από την εποχή του Τροϊκού Πολέμου, όταν τα ελληνικά φύλλα με κοινό οδηγό τη γλώσσα τους, τις διαλέκτους, την οποία διαμόρφωσαν πάνω στην κοινή Ιωνική, στην οποία γράφηκαν και τα ομηρικά έπι, εκεί ακριβώς έφτιαξε τις βάσεις του έθνους των Ελλήνων. Και αυτή η γλώσσα είναι εκείνη στη συνέχεια, η οποία δημιούργησε τις βάσεις του ελληνικού πολιτισμού. Γιατί ο ελληνικός πολιτισμός είναι ο πολιτισμός του γραπτού λόγου. Και ο γραπτός λόγος, όπως αντιλαμβάνεστε, προϋποθέτει μια γλώσσα η οποία όχι μόνο ομιλείται, αλλά και γράφεται. Όχι ότι δεν μένουν πολιστικά στοιχεία από γλώσσες που απλώς μιλήθηκαν, γιατί δεν έχουμε γραπτά στοιχεία για αυτές, αλλά ακριβώς επειδή δεν έμειναν τα γραπτά στοιχεία, ακριβώς επειδή ο λόγος απλώς και μόνο δεν μπορεί να δημιουργήσει σκέψη, παρά η γραφή μπορεί να το κάνει αυτό, γι' αυτό δεν άφησαν ίχνη πολιτισμού. Γι' αυτό και η ελληνική γλώσσα, όσο ήταν ομιλουμένη και όχι γραπτή, δεν άφησε τα ίχνη της. Άφησε τα ίχνη της όταν έγινε γραπτή. Γιατί έχει κάτι το μοναδικό η ελληνική γλώσσα, η οποία της επέτρεψε να δημιουργήσει πολιτισμό μέσω τι? Μέσω αυτού που λέμε παιδεία. Μέσω της παιδείας που, για να αναφερθώ και πάλι στον Αντρέ Μαλρό, αυτή η παιδεία των Ελλήνων έχει το βασικό χαρακτηριστικό, παγκόσμιο πρωτότυπο χαρακτηριστικό, όπως είπε ο Μαλρό, να θέτει ερωτήματα, όχι να αναζητάει απαντήσεις. Γιατί η ουσία του πολιτισμού, κυρίες και κύριοι, δεν έγκυται στο να θερίζουμε βεβαιότητες, αλλά στο να σπέρνουμε αμφιβολίες. Μόνο όταν σπέρνουμε αμφιβολίες δημιουργούμε πολιτισμό, γιατί τότε καταλαβαίνουμε τα όρια της υπάρξεώς μας. Αυτή η γλώσσα, λοιπόν, είχε το μεγάλο προνόμιο να δημιουργήσει παιδεία μέσω του ότι γραπτός αποτύπωσε το κείμενο, ένα κείμενο το οποίο ήταν τέτοιο, το οποίο ήταν δυνατό να ταξιδεύει μέσα στον χρόνο και να γίνεται ανεξάρτητο από τον δημιουργό του. Γιατί? Η ελληνική γλώσσα στηρίχθηκε σε κάτι το οποίο της επέτρεψε να είναι γλώσσα μήτρα και γι' αυτό πολλές άλλες είναι κρυπτοελληνικές, ακόμα και η λατινική και άλλες. Ποια είναι αυτή η ιδιομορφία? Όσο και να σας φαίνεται παράξενο, είναι η αντωνυμική χρήση του προομηρικού οητό, του οριστικού άρθρου. που δεν υπάρχει σε άλλες γλώσσες. Αυτό το οητό, επέτρεψε στο ουσιαστικό να γίνει αφηρημένο. Και είναι αυτή η αφηρημένη σκέψη η οποία διαμορφώνει η επιστήμη. Ξέρετε, αν ψάξετε, δεν είναι ότι εμείς οι Έλληνες δημιουργήσαμε την επιστήμη. Είναι λάθος να το πιστεύω. Επιστημονικές γνώσεις είχαν και οι Χαλδαίοι, είχαν και οι Αιγύπτιοι και πολλοί άλλοι. Μόνο που διαμόρφωσαν επιστήμη. Γιατί? Για τον απλό λόγο δεν μπόρεσαν να διαμορφώσουν την έννοια του προβλήματος και την έννοια της απόδειξης. Για να σας φέρω ένα απλό παράδειγμα, ότι παραδείγματος χάρη υπάρχει το τρίγωνο ή ο κύβος. Όλα αυτά τα ξέρανε και στην Αίγυπτο και αλλού. Δεν θα δείτε όμως ποτέ, γι' αυτό και δεν ξέρουμε πολλά από τα μυστικά της κατασκευής των πυραμίδων και άλλων, δεν θα δείτε ποτέ ένα επιστημονικό κείμενο που να εξηγεί τι είναι το τρίγωνο, τι είναι το παραλληλόγραμμο, τι είναι η πυραμίδα. Αυτό το κατάφερε η ελληνική γλώσσα. Το κατάφερε λόγω της δυνατότητας να έχει αφαιρετικότητα, να δημιουργεί κείμενο, το κείμενο αυτό να επιτρέπει να αποτυπώνεται η σκέψη του ανθρώπου, αλλά αυτή η σκέψη να είναι τέτοια που να ταξιδεύει στον χρόνο. Ένα κείμενο που φτιάχνουμε και οι απλοί άνθρωποι, πολλό μάλλον οι μεγάλοι επιστήμονες, είναι, ξέρετε, σαν το πλοίο. Το παίρνει η πιλωτίνα είναι ο ίδιος ο συγγραφέας, το παίρνει, το βγάζει από το λιμάνι και ύστερα ταξιδεύει. Γι' αυτό κανένα κείμενο δεν ανήκει στο δημιουργό του. Γι' αυτό και οι επιστήμες προχωράνε μέσα από την επιλάθευση των προηγουμένων. Αυτό είναι το μεγαλείο της ελληνικής γλώσσας. Δημιούργησε μια παιδεία η οποία στηρίχτηκε πού? Στηρίχτηκε στην δημιουργία επιστήμης μέσα από την αφαίρεση, στη διαμόρφωση του προβλήματος και της επίλυσής του. Ακριβώς γιατί? Για να μπορέσουμε ιδίως στην Ιωνία, γιατί εκεί ξεκίνησαν οι επιστήμες. Η Αθήνα τις βρήκε όταν οι πλούσιοι Αθηναίοι μάθαιναν τα παιδιά τους και τα μόρφωναν με ανθρώπους της Ιωνίας. Η Ιωνία είναι η πραγματική γη του πολιτισμού που μετανάστευσε στην Αθήνα. Εκεί λοιπόν δημιουργήθηκαν οι επιστήμες που ξέρουμε σήμερα. Από τη φιλοσοφία, η φιλοσοφία πώς να δημιουργηθεί χωρίς γραπτό λόγο ο οποίος να έχει αφαιρετικότητα μεταξύ του? Κατεξοχήν η φιλοσοφία προϋποθέτει αφαίρεση. Πάρτε τον Πλάτωνα, πάρτε τον Αριστοτέλη. Δίχως το όχημα της ελληνικής γλώσσας και τη δυνατότητα αφαίρεσης και δημιουργίας θεωρίας, ήταν δυνατόν ποτέ να φτάσουν στο επίπεδο της φιλοσοφικής επιστρέψης του Πλάτωνος και του Αριστοτέλους? Γι' αυτό και δεν το κατάφεραν οι λαοί. Και για να έρθω στο μείζον ζήτημα το οποίο αφορά τα μαθηματικά, γιατί εκεί είναι το μεγαλύτερο θέμα. Δεν είναι ότι δεν είχαν μαθηματικές γνώσεις όπως σας είπα οι λαοί, αλλά μαθηματική επιστήμη δεν δημιούργησαν. Πρέπει να δούμε παραδείγματος χάρη στη φυσική, στο Λεύκηπο και το Δημόκριτο. Πρέπει να πάμε στο Θαλή και κυρίως στους Έλληνες, στην κλασική αλλά κυρίως στην ελληνιστική περίοδο, όπως ήταν ο Ευκλήδης, όπως ήταν ο Απολλώνιος, ο Αρχιμίδης, ο Διόφαντος. Οι οποίοι διαμόρφωσαν την μαθηματική σκέψη. Πώς τη διαμόρφωσαν? Σας το είπα πριν. Επειδή η ελληνική γλώσσα μέσα από την αφαιρετικότητά της επιτρέπει να δημιουργήσει το πρόβλημα. Και μετά αφού δημιουργήσει το πρόβλημα να προχωρήσεις στη μέθοδο επίλυσης του. Αυτή η σχέση προβλήματος επίλυσης δεν υπήρχε σε άλλους λαούς. Αυτό ήταν η ελληνική γλώσσα. Το κλειδί για να ανοίξει αυτός ο πολιτισμός. Και κυρίως ένας πολιτισμός ο οποίος στηρίζεται όχι στην αποδοχή των δεδομένων, αλλά στην αμφισβήτησή τους. Μην ξεχνάτε ότι οι προσοκρατικοί άφησαν πίσω τους ανεξίτηλα τα έθνη τους στην επιστήμη, γιατί καθένας από αυτούς αμφισβητούσε το δάσκαλό του. Και αυτό είναι βασικό σήμερα στην πρόοδο της επιστήμης. Ας μην ξεχνάμε παραδείγματος χάρη ότι το μεγαλείο του Αϊνστάιν τον αμφισβήτησε σε επίπεδο της θεωρίας της αβεβαιότητας ο κυριότερος μαθητής του, ο Χάιζενμπεργκ. Αλλά αυτό πάλι το γνωρίσαμε στην αρχαία Ελλάδα. Και κυρίως οι μαθηματικοί της εποχής εκείνης στηρίχθηκαν σε υπαστή γλώσσα. Πού? Στο λεγόμενο εγγράμματο διάγραμμα. Τόσο απλό που μας φαίνεται σήμερα, τόσο μεγαλειώδες όμως. Αυτό το ΑΒΓ στο τρίγωνο, αυτό το ΑΒΓΔ στο τετράγωνο, είναι εκείνο που επέτρεψε να χρησιμοποιήσει τα σύμβολα του ελληνικού αλφαβήτου και μέσω αυτών να διαμορφώσει θεώρημα. Ή μετά να προχωρήσει σε εξισώσεις. Έχετε παρατηρήσει ότι μπορεί σήμερα να χρησιμοποιούμε λατινικό αλφάβητο όταν γράφουμε εξισώσεις στα μαθηματικά. Όλα ξεκίνησαν όμως από την Ελλάδα και στην ουσία, γι' αυτό σας είπα, είναι κρυπτοελληνικές αυτές οι λέξεις σε ό,τι αφορά ιδίως την ουσία τους. Το ελληνικό αλφάβητο διαμορφώσει όλα αυτά τα θέματα. Και αν πάμε δε στα μαθηματικά κατεξοχήν, μπορούμε να το δούμε αυτό στον άνθρωπο ο οποίος άνοιξε το δρόμο για την άλγευρα, που ανήκει βέβαια στους Άραβες και στον Αλκουαρίσμι, αλλά δεν πάβει να είναι γενικά από παραδεδεγμένο ότι κατεξοχήν ο Διόφαντος είναι εκείνος ο οποίος άνοιξε το δρόμο. Για να δούμε πώς δημιουργείται το πρόβλημα. Δεν είπα ότι έκανε αλγευρική ανάλυση καθαρό έμειο Διόφαντος, αλλά η έννοια του αλγευρικού προβλήματος είναι στα 13 βιβλία του Διοφάντου που σωθήκανε, ορισμένα από αυτά, όχι όλα, σε ελληνική και αραβική μετάφραση. Και εκεί βλέπουμε το Διόφαντο να έχει βάλει τις βάσεις των διώνυμων και των τριώνυμων εξισώσεων ή παραδείγματος χάρη την πρόοδο της σκέψης του στην αναζήτηση των λεγόμενων Πυθαγόριων τριάδων, δηλαδή ακέραιων λύσεων της εξίσωσης χ τετράγωνος, υψ τετράγωνο, ίσον γ τετράγωνο. Αυτά σήμερα τα θεωρούμε και διδάσκονται ακόμα στα μεγάλα ανώτατα εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα. Ανάγονται στο Διόφαντο. Πόσο αυτή η σκέψη είναι και σήμερα επίκαιρη, γιατί είναι η βάση της επιστήμης. Όποιος κάνει μαθηματικά ίδιος. Μη σας κουράζω. Αλλά η παιδεία, η ελληνική που είναι η βάση του ελληνικού πολιτισμού, στηρίχθηκε σε μια γλώσσα η οποία επέτρεψε τη δημιουργία των επιστημών και διεπιστημών που έχουν την τάση, οι δημιουργοί τους τουλάχιστον, να αμφισβητούν καθένα το δόγμα. Έτσι ώστε να προχωράει η επιστήμη, γιατί η επιστήμη προχωράει μέσα από την επιλάθευση των προηγουμένων. Όπως συνέβη με τη Μεγάλη Επανάσταση στο χώρο της φυσικής, ανάμεσα στο νευτόνιο σύστημα και στο σύστημα του Αϊνστάιν και των επιγόνων του. Αν είχε θεωρηθεί αυθεντία ο νεύτων όπως και θεωρείται, αντιλαμβάνεστε που θα είμαστε σήμερα σε ό,τι αφορά τη συμπαντική γνώση. Αυτός ο πολιτισμός με αυτή την παιδεία και αυτή τη γλώσσα, από τη φύση του, είναι φτιαγμένος να διαλέγεται. Η γλώσσα η ελληνική επέτρεψε μια παιδεία, η οποία είναι, όπως σας είπα, η βάση του ελληνικού πολιτισμού, που ο ελληνικός πυλός είναι αναμφισβήτητα ο πρώτος βασικός πυλώνας. Τρεις είναι οι πυλώνες: Ελλάδα, Ρώμη, Ιερουσαλήμ, για να χρησιμοποιήσω το περίφημο τρίπτυχο, όπως έχει αναλυθεί, πάνω στην βάση της Ελλάδας, του πνεύματος, της Ρώμης, του νόμου και του κράτους, και της Ιερουσαλήμ με την έννοια της χριστιανικής δασκαλίας του ανθρωπισμού, όχι πόρους θρησκευτικούς, αλλά πόρους οντολογίας. Αυτός ο πολιτισμός είναι από τη φύση του φτιαγμένος να διαλέγεται. Είναι ειρηνικός πολιτισμός. Πολιτισμός που αναζητεί τη γνώση για να απελευθερώσει τον άνθρωπο. Ένας προμηθεϊκός ορισμός αυτής της γνώσης. Ο ελληνικός πολιτισμός είναι εκείνος που εκφράζει τον Προμηθέα. Πυρφόρο, δεσμότη, λιόμενο. Αυτός είναι ο πολιτισμός μας. Από τη φύση λοιπόν αυτός ο πολιτισμός δεν μπορεί ποτέ να συμβαστεί με την έννοια του πολέμου και των συγκρούσεων. Δεν συμβιβάζεται με την έννοια της αμφισβήτησης ενός άλλου πολιτισμού. Του αναγνωρίζει την ισοτιμία. Γι' αυτό με την Κίνα έχουμε την ίδια νοοτροπία. Με τον κινέζικο πολιτισμό έχουμε την ίδια νοοτροπία. Του αλληλοσεβασμού. Δύο μεγάλοι πολιτισμοί που κανένας από αυτούς, επειδή είναι πραγματικοί πολιτισμοί, δεν αμφισβήτησε άλλους και δεν διεκδίκησε τα πρωτεία. Και αυτό μας επιτρέπει σήμερα εδώ. Φαίνεται απλός ο χώρος. Μια μικρή γωνιά στον Πειραιά. Μόνο που αυτό μπορεί να ξεκινήσει πολλά. Εδώ αναζητάμε να ξεκινήσουν νοοτροπίες σε αυτούς τους ταραγμένους καιρούς. Όπως σας είπα, για να καταλήξουμε όπως ξεκίνησα. Αν δεν αναλογιστούμε τι σημαίνει σε αυτούς τους καιρούς ο άνθρωπος να φύγει από αυτή την δημιουργία του, την αναζήτηση του προορισμού του. Αν ο άνθρωπος δεν καταλάβει πόσο εφήμερος είναι σε αυτό τον πλανήτη και πόσο μόνο η πνευματική του δημιουργία είναι ικανή να τον καταξιώσει στο μικρό χρονικό διάστημα που βρίσκεται εδώ, τότε από εκεί και πέρα θα ζήσουμε μια απέραντη ζούγκλα, η οποία μπορεί τεχνολογικά να προοδεύει, αλλά πνευματικά θα φθήνει. Εμείς ως Έλληνες, ένας λαός με αυτή την ιστορία, έχουμε χρέος σε συνεργασία με άλλους μεγάλους πολιτισμούς όπως με την Κίνα, και αυτό γίνεται εδώ σήμερα, να αγωνιστούμε για τον άνθρωπο σήμερα. Να αγωνιστούμε για τον κοινό μας παγκόσμιο πολιτισμό. Και ο πολιτισμός αυτός βάλεται, κινδυνεύει. Η υπεράσπιση του δεν είναι θέμα λίγων, είναι θέμα όλων μας. Αρκεί να έχουμε αίσθηση της πραγματικότητας και κυρίως αίσθηση της αποστολής. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμώς.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following this keynote speech with the short bullet points that were presented by the President, I note here that all participants will receive at their emails the full dissertation of President Pavlopoulos on completion of today's meeting. So now I would like to invite you to go outside and have a coffee, some biscuits, and prepare for the serious work that is going to follow. Thank you. So hello everybody again. I am afraid we are already late on schedule, and this means that the moderator of the panel, Professor Ilias Tembelis, will have to be very strict with the panelists to make sure that they keep their time schedules. So with this very short introduction, I pass the floor to Professor Ilias Tembelis.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be the moderator of the first morning session, which is about the historical comparison and modern development of Chinese and European civilizations. So our first speaker is Dr. Guo Lingfeng, Associate Researcher of the Institute of European Studies at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. So the topic of Dr. Lingfeng will be Transforming the Center to See the World, the Enlightenment of Great Universal Geographic Map. Dr. Lingfeng, the floor is yours for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation this morning is the Transforming the Center to See the World, my real material and the general universe geography map. In the history of Asian to Sino-Western relations, next page, please. Material was one of the most fingers. He made outstanding contributions to culture. Next, this one. He made outstanding contributions to cultural exchange between East and West in many ways, including drawing the world map in Chinese. In 1582, Matthew Rachel and her colleague arrived in Macau, China, and next year he arrived in Zhaoqing, Guangdong province. Here he built the first church, and with the help of the local government, he displayed the authoritative world map in this church. This map broke the long-standing Chinese concept of a round scale and a square earth. We call it 天圆地方. So it's brought a new spatial imagination to the Chinese people at that time. This is the world map. It's very popular at that time in Europe. And so with the suggestion of a local governor, Rachel translated this outer letters world map into Chinese and renamed it the complete map of mountains and seas. This is the first, indeed, this is the first world map in Chinese. And when it released, it has been very popular, being repeated many, many times in Suzhou, Nanjing, and Guizhou, and other places in China. Some people even gave it to their friends as a gift. Yeah, this is this map. And so Material Ritual got very popular in Chinese academic circles. So after 4 years, he had a chance to meet the Ming Emperor Wanli Huangdi, Wanli, in Beijing. So he presented this world map as the birthday present to the emperor. And the emperor liked it very much, and he sent a working staff in Ministry of Work, is named Li Zhizao, a young man, to help Rachel to modify this map. And so Material Rachel got the very important partner. So Li Zhizao gave the new map into 6 panels called the Great Universal Geography Map. Is this one? Yeah. Yeah. And in 1608, it was copied into a complete painting with the whole picture. And it's now in the Nanjing Museum. Since then, China's map, world map, have continued to use this similar pattern this way. Yeah. Next, I introduce some main features of this map. And this map is introduce some new knowledge about the geography knowledge into the first time to introduce geographic knowledge to Chinese people. At that time, it is divided into the north and southern hemisphere, and this is the equators and the boundaries. And this map is introduce some geographic concept. It's totally new for the Chinese people. So the North Pole, South Pole, the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, etc. And also on the map, various sailboats and strange animals to painting to join to arouse people's curiosity. At the same time, it has the 3 Jesuit emblems on the map to promote Christianity to the Chinese. And there is a very important change of this verse of map from the previous one is the Material Ritual placed China in the center of this map, and on the basis of not changing the geography of the world. And at the same time, Li Zhizao, that his assistant, used the Chinese map data to and geographic information about China. in order to, and at the same time, Mateo Rachel integrated some traditional Chinese geographic knowledge into the world map. For example, the China's unique 24 solar terms and the 12-hour calculation method, such as. And so the Great Universal Geography Map was not only widely circulated in China, but also quickly spread to surrounding countries, such as Japan, North Korea, and the Northeast Asia countries. And it was also a great response in Europe, because this map tell lot of information about Chinese in Chinese province and Chinese geographic information. So, yeah. How do we evaluate the Mateo Rachel's world map? And it's some scholars admire Rachel's ability to handle Chinese culture shock despite the cultural difference. So he put the China into the center of the map. But others believe the Rachel's modification reflect the Chinese people's self-isolation and blind self-confidence without ultimately led to which ultimately led to the tragedy of Chinese history in the late Qing dynasty. Yeah, in my opinion, the process by which human understanding the world is very complex. Max represents the breadth, depths, and perspectives of a group of people and a country's understanding of the world. Today, we have jumped out of our own narrow experience and are in a decentralized era. We can imagine a world map centered on our own location and all around the world. And for self-centered to polycentric, everybody can be a center. We can even imagine our own mind map from own experience. So if our civilization today can be more civilized than previous civilizations, then everyone switch imagination of our own world, their understanding of other people's, other worlds' imagination, and the superposition of multiple perspectives. So it will have a profound impact on the future of human civilization and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Guo Lingfeng, for enhancing our knowledge about the Great Universal Geographic Map. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Despina Zernioti, Director of the Museum of Asian Art in Corfu. Her topic will be unveiling the splendor of Chinese civilization at the Corfu Museum of Art. Dr. Zernioti, the floor is yours.
His Excellency, Jiao Zhangsheng, Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, Vice Admiral Konstantin Mazarakis, and Professor Zhao Jingling, and Dr. Zhu Waiwai. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, I'm honored to address you today to discuss the role of the Museum of Asian Arts in unveiling the splendor of Chinese civilization. As the director of the only state cultural institution in Greece exclusively dedicated to the antiquities and art of Asia, I have observed firsthand how our extensive Chinese art collection acts as a dynamic entry point into the historical and cultural legacy of China. The cultural relationship between Greece and China is based on the mutual respect that both countries are ancient civilizations that develop in parallel and historically had a significant impact on the thinking of West and East respectively. Greece and China lie far from one another on the globe, but they make a profoundly interesting pair. Although there are vast differences in population and land area, these two people have made great contribution to the foundation of world civilization. Each has had a continuity of language and cultural going back more than 3,000 years, still planted on their native and historic soils. Both peoples have produced extraordinary works of art and utility in ceramic, bronze, stone, and terracotta. The masterworks of both are revered and studied around the world. There are notable parallels between the ancient Greek and Chinese civilizations. Both developed written languages, with the Chinese using oracle bones and the Greeks using linear B. According to UNESCO, Greek and Chinese stand out among the 6,500 languages spoken on Earth as unique living languages. They have been continuously spoken to this day and have been documented in written form for at least 3,500 years. Similarly, the Warring States period in China paralleled the Peloponnesian War among the Greek city-states. Historical figures like Alexander the Great and the first Chinese emperor Qin Huang emerged less than a century apart. Significant artistic advancements, such as the individualist Chinese terracotta warriors and Greek portraiture, flourished concurrently. Additionally, technological innovations were seen with the Greek developing Greek fire shortly before the Chinese invented gunpowder. Philosophically, Confucius and Plato, whose idea on governance remain influential, lived for 50 years apart. Direct interactions also occurred through the Macedonian Greek settlement in Bactria and spice and silk trades. Nowadays, museums are expected not only to display elements from the past, but also to serve as venues for cultural dialogue and exchange of new ideas. Corfu Museum of Asian Art focuses on building sustainable cultural networks between Greece and China, but also aims to promote cultural dialogue on issues of common relevance of European and Chinese civilizations as a whole. First of all, I would like to present Grigorios Manos, the man who envisioned and founded in 1928 the first Museum of Asian Art in Greece. He was a cultivated Greek diplomat with an esteemed social pedigree who built one of the finest private collections of Asian art, purchased at auctions in Paris and Vienna during the late 19th to early 20th century. It was the time genuine exotic works of Asian art, especially high-quality Chinese ceramics and porcelain, were widely available in modern Europe. Manos seemed to have been interested in assuming the role of an art historian with a mission to share his knowledge of the Far East with a wider public. For this reason, he worked laboriously to classify and catalog his prized possessions of 11,000 artworks, mainly on the basis of creating a representative Asian collection for display in a state museum. Since that time, the museum has become a pole of numerous other donations, and as the consequence, it now holds 15,000 items of Asian art. distinctiveness of the museum and its remarkable art collection attract a multitude of visitors from all ages coming from Europe, America, and Asia throughout the year. Especially the Chinese art collection includes 5,000 items covering a wide range of artworks from prehistory to the 19th century. The collection of exceptional archaeological and artistic value includes ceramic works, porcelains, bronze items, sculpture, cloisonné enamels, as well as objects made from lacquer and ivory. They primarily came from Manos collection, with the Chinese export porcelains belong to the Hyotakis collection. Today, visitors have the opportunity to explore the entire history of art of Chinese civilization through 5 permanent exhibition galleries. Particularly important and considered the finest Chinese ceramics and porcelains that make up a complete section from the end of Shang era to the Qing dynasty, such as artworks from the Shang to Tang dynasties, artworks from the Song to Yuan dynasties, artworks of the Ming dynasty, artworks of the Qing dynasty, and Chinese export porcelains. Additionally, the museum organizes exhibitions that enhance its educational role and promote Corfu as a vibrant cultural hub. These events focus on showcasing aspects of contemporary Chinese culture, enriching visitors' appreciation and understanding of China's modern arts and heritage. In this context, the museum hosts the temporary exhibition by renowned photographer Robert McCabe, titled Greece, China, Ancient Peoples, Changing Worlds. Moreover, visitors had the opportunity to admire the painting of Jamal Joraldi in the exhibition Jamal, The Silk Road. The works inspired by the Silk Road, the iconic trade route that connects China with the West for centuries. Also, a series of Chinese educational programs have been organized to enrich the visitor experience, providing depth and context to the exhibits and helping young people gain a deeper understanding of China's role in world history and culture. In 2014, following an invitation from the former General Consul of Greece in Shanghai, who is currently the Ambassador of Greece in China, Dr. Evgenios Kalpiris, the museum began a series of contact and subsequent exhibitions in collaboration with the Consulate General of Greece in Shanghai, the Jindasen Ceramic Institute, the University of Birmingham, and the Greek-China Culture and Friendship Association, and the Ruzhou municipal government in China, and the Master Alliance of Art Ceramics in China, an organization that gathers with its ranks some of the most significant living Chinese artists of porcelain and calligraphy, whose works are found in state and private museums in China and abroad. We host 2 temporary exhibitions: New Silk Road Contemporary Chinese Porcelain Exhibition, and the New Silk Road Exhibition of Chinese Porcelain from the Ruayar Kilns in 2017. In 2017, taking into account an exceptional archaeological and artistic value of our collection, Corfu Museum of Asian Art was invited to present for the first time since their acquisition by Gregorios Manos a selection of 35 Chinese ceramics and porcelain artworks in China. The exhibition entitled One Belt, One Road, the Corfu Museum of Asian Art of Greece in Guangzhou, was held at the June Royal Kilnside Museum, a significant center for promoting Chinese porcelain and a hub for reviving traditional ceramic manufacturing techniques in China. In conclusion, the Corfu Museum of Asian Art is dedicated to the management, preservation, display of Chinese artworks. Additionally, the museum strives to create a cultural product that provides substantial aesthetic pleasure and fosters a deeper understanding of Chinese art displays. The museum has established itself as a pivotal factor in strengthening cultural ties between Greece and China. Through exhibition, various educational and cultural events, we consistently attract both local and international visitors, enhancing cultural tourism. The museum's effort in promoting Chinese art and culture diversely contributes to the diversity and variety of Greece's cultural landscape, making Corfu a destination renowned not only for its natural beauty, but also for its rich cultural heritage and activities. I am convinced that we have successfully established a unique platform that fosters connections between the Greek and Chinese peoples through dialogues on art and culture. Our projects will always focus on artistic and creative collaboration that explore and celebrate the rich splendor of Chinese civilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zernioti, for this most interesting presentation of the collections and the activities of the Museum of Asian Art in Corfu. Now, Professor Georgios Georgoudis, professor at the University of West Attica and Greek director of Confucius Institute of the same university, will discuss synergizing ancient wisdom, the integration of traditional Chinese medicine and Western therapeutics in Greek society.
Thank you very much.
Professor Georgoudis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bellis. Your Excellence, dear professors, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to a cultural event, but from a different perspective, a perspective through medicine. Actually, this effort and this lecture is about to define how through medicine we do culture, we do provide cultural events, and how we present those in the local communities. After the excellent presentation of Professor Prokopis Pavlopoulos, I think this slide has nothing to do with us anymore. His presentation was fabulous, so all the historical perspectives that I had in mind to address to you, I think they are not necessary anymore. However, it might be for the general audience important to define a bit the basic definition of what is the subject of this collaboration and what is the subject of the two different health systems that we incorporate and we try to integrate. Traditional Chinese medicine, which is one of the oldest health systems described on Earth, is a system that has been used for 1,000 years. It's based on the concept of Qi, Yin-Yang, and the 5 elements, and actually describes practices like the acupuncture, which is sticking needles in specific spots, herbal medicine using plant-based substances as medication, and Tai Chi and Qigong, which are two forms of exercise that they address both the spirit and the body. So this meaning of traditional Chinese medicine is necessary to define it. On the other side, when we define the Western therapeutics, we define actually the Western medicine, which is a systematic scientific methodology which is based on research in order to decide on the result and on the treatments. This emphasizes the evidence-based practice. That means only when you have the scientific evidence, you apply the treatment, or at least this is what it should be. And common practices for this are all our diagnostic techniques, like MRIs, X-rays, all the pharmacology, all the medications that are given for these reasons, all the surgical procedures, either minor or more severe. Of course, preventive medicine, which includes the vaccinations, the checkups, screening, lifestyle changes, and of course, all the conservative, non-pharmacological treatments, which is the physical therapy rehabilitation, where here we use a bunch of exercises and some physical means in order to cure the illness and the disability. Having defined that, it is interesting to know what is the integration of these complementary medicine approaches in Greek society. Actually, the more back we go, the more holistic approach we need. In ancient Greece, and especially the renowned Hippocrates and Asclepius, they are holistic doctors on their definition. Unfortunately, modern medicine tends to specialize a lot and sometimes misses the opportunity to address the full holistic approach, what we call nowadays the biopsychosocial model of disease. In modern history, though, and the last century, many places, many hospitals, many clinics in Greece as well and in Europe as well, they tend to provide complementary and alternative techniques based on the traditional Chinese medicine. So why to integrate these two systems? These two systems need to be integrated because we have always improved patient outcomes, and that is based on the holistic approach of the patient. As we know nowadays, the biopsychosocial approach that addresses both the spirit, both the psychocognitive, plus the organic components of the human pathology are necessary to address fully a situation and a problem. The complementary strengths of the techniques are an additional advantage of the integration. And of course, when you have the opportunity only to select the strengths, you definitely reduce the side effects of your techniques. This approach, this integrated approach, has been well received in the Greek society, at least during the last years. Although we started back in 2010 with a very small percentage of awareness of the Greek society, nowadays, this is the last project in 2022, but we had just published another one in 2024, referring to Greek islands, where the awareness level reached the 83%. Here is 60%. That means that our society is ready to accept this integration, to accept combined techniques, combined health. This is given to the general public through the increased number of clinics that they provide combined services, and of course through the educational institutions and the workshops and seminars. Out of that, it is interesting to give you a little historical background. we made an effort through the University of West Attica, and actually here I need to express my gratitude to our rector, Professor Kaldis, for being so supportive in this collaboration. Back in 2017, we had a first MOU between our university and the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine of Shanghai. We are happy here to have today two of the professors of this university. Out of that stage, we moved forward and we established in 2019 the Greek Tai Chi Health Center, which is one of the few in Europe. And actually, this is the place where we still run our Tai Chi Qigong courses, plus some clinics regarding acupuncture and therapeutic exercise. Since we saw that this collaboration was fruitful, we decided to enhance it, and we applied during the COVID era for a Confucius Institute. Our dream became true, and in 2023, the CI at UNIVA was signed at the highest level. And actually, here I need to express again my gratitude to the ambassador who was there and supported the whole project. And in this place, which now has his own building and his own place, we are able to collectively address to all those different services, always combined with traditional Chinese approaches and Western approaches. But what are the perspectives? What are the perspectives out of those collaborations? Actually, one very big component is the cultural aspect. Also the academic, the research, and the clinical. If I take a minute of you, what it concerns the cultural aspects, since we are now giving regular classes of Tai Chi and Qigong on a weekly basis at the university, we give the opportunity to Greek people, Greek community, to know how all these techniques are performed and live in it with them. And actually, this is a very interesting way of introducing the Chinese culture. Of course, one of the main hits of CI, of Confucius Institute, is the teaching of the Chinese language. We are very happy to have very talented teachers in our CI that they give the lectures even to undergraduates or professors and other staff that they are interested in learning the Chinese language. And this effort is going really well. We also try to come in association with the university we are cooperating by taking already professionals who have been taught TCM and acupuncture, and we take them on educational visits to the University of Shanghai. There they have the chance to feel the real Shanghai life, to feel the university hospitals and to practice in those, but also actually to see a little bit of the life of Chinese and get into their usual habits as well. At the academic level, we are running for more than 7 years under the university aegis a fully accredited program on acupuncture addressed only to doctors and physiotherapists, since this is a highly academic material, where in 330 hours, that includes theoretical, practical, clinical sessions, they get accredited by the university with an equivalent of 30 ECTS. Imagine that 90 ECTS is a full master's degree. So that's as a PGD diploma, actually, it gives 30 ECTS. Some pictures of the theoretical teaching sessions, the practical teaching sessions. Anatomy training used to be interesting, but when you try to compare it with meridians, it becomes really fantastic. At the research side, we are trying to establish some research project with the University of Shanghai. And actually, we are running at the moment 2 PhDs. These 4 MSc theses have already been finished. Actually, one of the PhD has been finished as well. We value their opinion because they work for us as the experts that they will give you the practical component that you need to put into the scientific methods and to decide if something it is worth it or not. As you all know, science is actually a way of denying things and trying to prove them right or not. So this is the whole idea of these research projects. We are also lucky to collaborate with the pain clinic at Areteo Hospital under the anesthesiology department, where for more than 5 years, we're giving combined treatments of acupuncture plus exercise to chronic pain patients. This is a very successful activity we run, and actually the general public gets acquainted with acupuncture, with the Qigong plus usual care in order to solve their problems. We don't stay only on the public sector, we move into the private as well. We have incorporated these techniques in our own practices for more than 24 years. And we are happy with that because it gives us excellent results. Finally, we can't forget that culture is eating and drinking as well. Either if you decide to go for the Mau Tai or the Ouzo, or even if you go an official dinner or an unofficial one, or even if you have the chance to eat on your own everything. So finally, if I could make a conclusion out of that, we're talking about 2 different cultures that we are trying to make them work together under the subject of medicine, of therapeutics. And this has a lot to give us. And through therapeutics and through the collaboration of UNIVA and Shanghai University, we are happy to address very cultural and mutual advantageous activities. You are all invited to attend Confucius activities. Our data are on the internet. The director of Confucius, the Chinese director, is here, Professor Xu, myself as well, at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Professor Georgoudis has given us very useful information concerning the impressive activities at the University of West Attica. Thank you very much indeed. The last topic for this panel will be presented by Dr. Zhu Rui, who is an assistant researcher of the Institute of European Studies at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. His topic will be the Manila Galleon trade route linking civilizations.
Thank you. Good morning, dear friends. My name is Zhu Rui. Actually, I speak Spanish, so you can. I do Spanish study, so you can call me Spanish name Pedro. Since Vasco da Gama's voyage in 1520, rounding the Cape of Good Hope into Indian Ocean, Asia became less distant to the Europeans. Spanish fleets, Portuguese people's formidable competitors in maritime trades, however, became more eager than ever to cut their route through the Pacific. The Manila Galleon trade route was finally and officially established in 1565, and subsequently the Philippines were claimed by the Spanish crown. With advantaged natural harbor conditions and rich forest resources, whose quality timber supply kept encouraging shipbuilding, Manila has been welcoming and seeing off expanded fleets from Mexico in every June, sailing with the southwest monsoon. Silk, porcelains, and cotton from China, spices from India and Malaysia, as well as goods from neighboring Asian countries, began to be continuously shipped to Spanish America, and by resales supplied for as far as the mainland Europe. Silver coins and cash crops such as cocoa beans flowed back along the return trips to Asia. For over 250 years, until the end of the 19th century, the Manila galleons sailed. One of the two most common misconceptions about the Manila galleons, or La Nao de China in some literatures. La Nao de China is Spanish, which means great Chinese ship. So the first misconception is that the trade has been direct between China and Latin America. In fact, Manila served as entrepot for the wider regions, including China. Before loading, goods were centralized from their origins all the way to Manila, and after offloading in Acapulco of Mexico, there would be shipment further on from Latin America to Europe. The other misconception sees it a free trade, which actually was a government monopoly, especially when the result of exposing their existing trades in Americas to the influx of Asian goods turned out to be not as expected by the Spanish. To eliminate any impacts, and more importantly, to curtail the outflow of wares towards Asia, Spanish colonists immediately in 1593 set strict limits on including the number of ships, the size of ships, the scale of cargoes, and the amount of tariff. Such restrictive policies were no different in nature from the policies limiting local manufacturing in Latin America, as to ensure Spanish products' dominant market share, or banning free trade with any other outsiders than Spain. Imports and exports were maintained as exclusive power of the Spain crown, for which reason, per each delivery of Asian goods by the galleons, the colonists could have reaped huge profits to up to 800%. It was its Asian territories, collectively known as the Spanish East Indies, with Manila as its capital, and in Spanish, the name is Virreinato de la Nueva España, that had been linked up by the Trans-Pacific route, suggesting that the absolute control over the entire route by the Spanish crown and its colonial governors. When trading activities were taxed to Spain and overseen as domestic affairs, no wonder the Pacific Ocean was called El Lago Español. El Lago Español means the Spanish lake. Later, the years of the monopoly itself, coupled with challenges from more maritime nations, led to the end of the Manila-Acapulco galleon trade. The Manila galleons fulfilled Columbus' long-cherished wish to link Europe and Asia up. The route established earlier than most others, served wider than most others, operated longer than most others, thus played a more promotive role in communications between the East and the West. From mainland Europe, Spanish people's westward exploration and Portuguese adventures eastwards eventually completed the round-the-world maritime route and unveiled the era of globalization. Chinese scholars see it a two-way flow and interpret it as how the Chinese civilization has been introduced to Europe via Latin America and how it has been influenced vice versa. Back at that time, arrival of galleons with including Chinese goods was always to be celebrated. Mexico, therefore, grew to be the regional hub. Along the route in 16th century, numbers of Western missionaries via Mexico traveled back and forth between Europe and Asia, wrote down their experiences, which renewed to quite extent the Westerners' perception of China by disenchantment and the stereotyping experiences. Some Chinese went the other way. Those who managed to land in Europe brought their even more vivid narrations about the Orient. The Western upper class were crazy about Oriental objects, dressing in Chinese silk and serving dishes in Chinese porcelain tableware to amplify their family wealth. Customized set of armorial porcelain orders was scrambled for, which were relied to bring out the honors, privilege, social status. And Chinese cotton and linen fabrics were widely favored for its lower price, yet better quality. Additionally, there were mangoes, oranges, tea shipped over, credited for the growing enthusiasm for anything Chinese among Western communities. Even Cervantes in Don Quixote came up with a plot stating him being invited to establish the Spanish Language and Literature Institute in China at the Chinese emperor's invitation. On the other hand, China has been deeply incentivized, inspired, and influenced by the inflows of money, knowledge, as well as ideas. American silver, in return, fueled China's monetization, as well as the social and economic development in coastal areas, witnessed by the last two dynasties of Ming and Qing. Food crops such as sweet potatoes, corn, were introduced to feed China's growing populations. Not only people's daily dietary has been enriched by American chili peppers, pineapples, and bananas, but also people's understanding of Spain and wider Europe has been enriched by personnel exchanges and mobility of labor. In short, From the 16th century to the 19th, the Trans-Pacific Manila Galleon trade importantly made up the early global trade system, covering Europe, Americas, and Asia, becoming an example of how, in a peaceful manner, commodities, personnel, wealth were exchanged across continents, and knowledges, technologies, cultures, and arts among all mankind. This is also the reason the study should be widely and jointly furthered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for this topic, which proves how the civilizations can benefit from trade routes. Now we have some 10 to 15 minutes for questions to our speakers. Let me ask you if you would like to pose a question to the first speaker, Dr. Ling Feng. Yes.
Did they actually bring any actual new knowledge about the geography? Because I know that, for example, during the Ming period, there was mapping in China, which was of global scale. I mean, it may not have included the North and the South Pole, but there was mapping in China. They knew.
You mean Marshall bring some new knowledge to China?
Yes. What kind of, did they actually bring new geographical knowledge to China?
Yeah, it's the...
Even after the Ming Dynasty?
Yeah, in Ming Dynasty, I just mentioned in, about the, in Ming Dynasty, and people think the sky is round and the earth is the square, and we China in the center of the world. But the Marshall brings some new vision, of the whole world. And so first of all, the earth is a sphere, and there's no center. In fact, but I just he bring this knowledge to the Zhaoqing, the new church. They put the world map on the wall of the church. So the scholars and the local government officials very shocked. They thought, this is maybe the new vision. We should so it translated the new world map into the Chinese because the local governor suggestion. So for the young scholars and some enlightened local officials, they thought this is very important knowledge. We should know this, and so I think it's the cultures. This knowledge is a culture shock for China also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other question for Dr. Ling Feng? Let me invite you if you have any questions for Dr. Zernioti. Yes.
Dr. Despina, I'm really interested in about your museum's cooperation with your Chinese counterpart. So, I mean, in the coming years, do your museums have any planning or ideas for the joint exhibition in China? I mean, with the cooperation with some of the Chinese museums. Thank you.
We stopped at 2019 because of pandemic, and now we are thinking to have an exhibition not in China, but to have a big exhibition in our museum about Chinese porcelain, and also showing the conservation of Chinese porcelain in next year, 2025. I am in negotiations now with China, but still, you know, we have to see what we are going to do. I have to mention that the Embassy of Greece is helping me very, very much in everything I need in China, especially Dr. Kalpiris is very, very helpful. And he was the person that he opens for me the route to China with these exhibitions. And so I cannot mention something that moment because still we are planning. Thank you. But China is a huge collection in the museum, and we wish to have to study some, for instance, the Chinese painting, because I deal with the Chinese ceramics, and we collaborate with Harvard University about that, Bob Maury. And now I would like to study the Chinese paintings.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question for Dr. Zerniotti? Now questions for Professor Georgoudis, please. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nikos Xanthoulis. I'm a musician and associate researcher of the Academy of Athens. I would like to ask that in ancient Greek medicine, the role of the music was extremely important. To strengthen my argumentation, I would propose you to see that all the theaters, the ancient Greek theaters, were in the frame of Asclepia in the hospitals. The musicians were employees of these Asclepia. Were there in the traditional Chinese medicine analogous tendencies? You know about that? Thank you. And thank you, all of you, the contributors of this session. It was fantastic what we learned from you all.
Can you hear me? Okay, okay. Thank you very much for the question. Actually, it's a very clever question, because what you notice as a musician is completely different of what we notice as therapists. The effect of the music on the human system is an autonomic influence. So this autonomic influence, it was recorded and it was noted from ancient years. That's why you meet this type of therapy, because it is a therapy. It makes actually the parasympathetic system to grow. That means you relax, you feel calm, you drop your heartbeat. That's why Asclepia, they had, in essence, this kind of services. On Chinese medicine, they did something different. They, of course, have music in every of their activities. For example, a characteristic example is when our doctor, Dr. Lee, in CI, she gives VIP treatments. She always uses her phone with some music in order to give the treatment. So yes, it is an inherited part of this same exactly same function. But also, it is the whole effort that we do in medicine to control the autonomic nervous system. So yes, there is the music as a treatment method in Chinese medicine as well. Thank you for the question.
Professor Yargoudis, it's a great pleasure to meet you. My name is Leo, and I'm from the Sino-Hellenic Information Post. I have a question about the, legal compliance of the traditional Chinese medicine in Europe and in Greece specifically. So far as we've learned that in 2019, the first authentic TCM therapy hospital has been established in Shenzhen, in China. So I'm thinking how do you foresee this kind of like a legal framework for the TCM appliances in the future in Greece? And also the second question is about how much potential do you see that in the future that Greece and China could collaborate in this specific sector? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions. Actually, I will start from the second. I see extremely important this collaboration. I've lived it personally with the director, the Chinese director here. We have a friendship of more than 7 years. And every time we discuss, we find common field of action. Each of us knows his thing well. So when you know what you're doing, you always find the common way forward. So I feel that this is the only way to make things progress. For your first question, unfortunately, I am not the one who can give you this answer. Professor Pavlopoulos was here. He might have more influence than me on that. So I feel eventually it will be necessary. There is a European guideline anyway that asks us to define what is the CAM techniques and how they will be applied, by whom, and all these details. Unfortunately, our bureaucracy is still struggling with that. We have not final answers. We have not been even invited in those panels to discuss all these things. I hope eventually we'll have a solution on that.
Thank you, Professor Georgoudis. Now, can we pass to questions for Dr. Zhu? If there are any. Yes.
It was very interesting to note that the conception of the round, small Earth comes in parallel to societies, both in the East and the West. And I'm referring to both the presentations about the map of the Earth and the way that the Spanish trade looked at the map of the Earth in practical ways for gain. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Any other question? No. This concludes our fantastic session. Thank you very much indeed for your attendance.
I will give you a 5 minutes break because we are behind time schedule, and then we will meet again for the next session. Thank you to everyone for being very early inside again. So this is the second session, China-Europe Cultural Heritage Protection and Cultural Inheritance. Moderator is Dr. Stavroula Fotopoulou from the Greek Ministry of Culture, the General Directorate of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage, and I thank her very much for accepting to moderate today's this session. The first speaker, Dr. Wang Renyu, was not able to come because he has parallel obligations. He has sent us his PowerPoint presentation together with voice. So we will first start with him, and then Dr. Stavroula Fotopoulou has the floor.
Is that all right? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of this morning. After this broad spectrum of cultural expressions that link China and Greece, in this session we will examine a bit more specific topic about cultural heritage protection and cultural inheritance in general. So, without further ado, let's hear Mr. Dr. Wang Renyu, Deputy Director of the Conservation and Research Center of Cultural Heritage of the Institute of Archaeology. And the topic is the preservation and use of China's archaeological heritage in a global context. I hope we have everything.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ren Yu, and I work for the Institute of Archaeology of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And my personal research interests focus on formation, management, and use of archaeological heritage in China. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, I can't participate in the offline meetings held in Greece. And at this moment, I'm still attending another meeting in Beijing. So I have to ask a colleague at the conference to play the PPT for you. In the following over 10 minutes, I'm going to give you a very, very brief introduction to what has happened in the past 10 years to the archaeological heritage in this country. Well, as you see, the front cover slide of this PPT shows a very beautiful design sketch of the Yangzhou City National Archaeological Park. So let's first look at some statistics outlining the development of China's archaeological resource management since the 1950s. So from the 1950s onwards, the country started to carry out cultural resource survey, and there have been already 3 such surveys fulfilled since the 1950s, and the 4th one is now being prepared and coming soon. So since the 1950s, China's archaeological resource has been gradually classified into 3 levels, namely the county level, the provincial level, and the national level. So since the 1990s, huge pressures coming from the urban expansion in China resulted in the making of new policies dealing with archaeological sites of utmost importance. In 2005, 150 such important sites were therefore nominated for special care. So now, 55 national archaeological parks and over 50 provincial archaeological parks have been branded and opened to the public. So at this time, there are over 80 archaeological parks at national level and around 50 at provincial level are being planned. So we now give a close look at the archaeological parks China has built in the past 10 years. So the figure number 2 illustrates the locations of all national archaeological parks that are already branded and open to the public. And the figure number 3 shows the locations of all national archaeological parks that are now still being planned. Figure number 4 gives the locations of all the 135 national archaeological parks, including the branded and the ones being prepared. So it should be noted that about 54% of the sites are located in the east and middle areas of China, and 65% are located in the Yellow and Yangtze River areas. So Table 1 tells us about the percentage of age representation of the 135 national parks. So it is clear that China's dynastic eras are the major episodes the park system wants to demonstrate. So this page shows what are the essential contents the parks want to represent. There are primarily 8 major types of the sites, of which the city sites account for nearly 30%. May come into more details about these archaeological parks. So I'd like to show you some case studies. Well, the first one is the Changsha Kiln Site National Park of Hunan Province. It has mainly 4 parts, namely a display of ancient kiln remains in situ, a museum introducing the significance of the kilns in history, excavation sceneries with interpretations by using excavation pit mock-ups, and VR services. So the right picture on this slide is a representation of a typical huge kiln in South China. But it displays the authentic remains in situ and also partially restore its right half upper structures, so from the rear portion to the kiln gate. The left picture shows a complete in situ representation of a kiln, and the right picture illustrates how they use mock-ups of excavation pits to explain what field archaeology is to the public. Porcelain trade in history is the major topic of the museum. It displays a large number of porcelain vessels excavated from the kiln sites and also shipwrecks. And it thus reveals large sea networks and the importance and shows the importance of Changsha porcelains in world history. So the second case I would like to introduce to you is the Chengtoushan Neolithic Site National Park in Hunan Province. So the upper left picture shows all the reputations the park wins, while each represents a social function indeed. For example, youth training camp, etc. And in fact, all national archaeological parks are required by the local government to fulfill some practical services for local society, apart from displaying the sites and artifacts. So this slide tells how a site is illustrated in a regular manner in nearly all the archaeological museums in China, including site plans and stratigraphy illustrations, so changes in pottery assemblages, construction materials, settlement life imaginations, and clothing restorations, and so on and so forth. Apart from museum displays, the park also gives in situ representation of authentic remains. This slide shows the representation of a Neolithic period wall. And the park also gives an in situ representation of the Neolithic period rice paddy remains. So sorry for the time limit, I could only give a very brief glimpse to several other national archaeological parks. So this is the Sanxingdui Bronze Age Site Park. As the upper right picture shows, it now still preserves all the houses built for doing excavations inside, in controllable room conditions. And this is the Bronze Age Jiansha Archaeological Site Park in Chengdu, and it combines the in situ representation with VR devices and digital reconstructions. And this is the Neolithic age Liangzhu Archaeological Site Park in Hangzhou, and it gives fascinating illustrations of a huge ancient city, ritual places, docks, and aristocratic houses. So next, I'm going to say something about the development of Chinese archaeological heritage, comparing with its counterparts in other countries. Since the late 1980s, after the establishment of the ICOM organization, and particularly after the WAC conference was held in New Delhi in 1994, more archaeological resources started to be used around the globe. All such practices and development in related theoretical fields lead to the Salalah guidelines for the management of public archaeological sites in 2017. So the concept of archaeological park has now been partially accepted by heritage practitioners around the globe, though not all of them, I should say. And this slide shows a series of representation practices in Nara, Japan, so which exhibits a significant number of similarities with the Chinese historic representations, particularly the ancient gardens and palaces. And I also collect some information about the so-called European open-air archaeological museums. So according to EXARC in Europe, for example, there are nearly 500 such site representations in its 4.06 million square kilometers territories. So in fact, they are rather similar to what has been done in China and Japan. So on the one hand, the museums as such usually share the same structures with the ones in the two countries, or they all have outdoor monuments and indoor exhibitions. On the other hand, archaeological landscapes in large area are widely seen in such places. So, however, there's also a big difference. So building reconstructions are frequently seen in both Japanese and European archaeological representations, but in China, such ways of representation are rarely seen. So since 2009, more archaeological sites have been transferred into archaeological resource and used as parks. And from 2013 to 2023, China has established or started to build over 200 such site parks, so which are usually composed of site museum, park landscapes, outer service facilities, and relevant business. The State Administration of Cultural Heritage of China has issued many important policies, rules, and principles concerning the selection of important archaeological resource, the construction of archaeological parks, the establishment of organizations, and the assessment of heritage management, preservation, protection, representation, social impacts, and further changes in the relationships between heritage and the local people, namely the stakeholders at different stages of heritagization. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, I can't participate in the offline meetings held in Greece. And at this moment, I am still attending another conference in Beijing. But I do believe there will be many interesting topics we may share in the future. So thank you very much.
We thank Dr. Wang Reinyu for this very interesting global presentation of heritage parks in China. And let's move on with Philippos Mazarakis, who is curator at the National History Museum, and he will speak on this topic, Greek and European cultural and historical heritage protection through ICOM, the International Council of Museums, a UNESCO-affiliated body, today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I have to say as a start that I am here more in my, let's say, experience as a former member of the board of the Greek Committee of International Council of Museums. And I have been assisted by Mrs. Teti Hadjinikolaou, the current chair, who was unable to be here herself today. So, Europe today is a product of the Enlightenment, an intellectual and educational movement of the 18th century. The expansion of knowledge, aided by the diffusion of typography, led to the heightening of culture into a primary political value and instrument. The basis of this evolution lay in the rediscovery of classical antiquity. The glorious past was now becoming available to a bigger segment of society, and people gradually learned to feel the Greco-Roman world as their heritage. The golden age of Pericles, its perfection in the arts, and its democratic principles were seen as the foundation of European civilization. Similarly, the organization of the Roman world became a prototype of successful governance. Knowledge and logic became the primary criteria for the elevation of man. All this would have, of course, a direct influence upon Greek society, which until the early 19th century was part of the Ottoman Empire, living in a theocratic authoritarian system of a totally different cultural sphere. But Greek collective memory, assisted by the survival of Greek language and with the help of religion and learning as dispensed by the Church, never completely lost touch with its past. Gradual democratization in the European 19th century, with its progress in science and industrial technology, led also to the opening of boundaries of the world through trade. The consequences of colonialism were, of course, terrible throughout the world. But even within Europe, Greece owes her independence partly to the power struggles among the mighty for the control of the Eastern Mediterranean, which the Greek Revolution was disrupting. But the Greek liberation movement arose also as a result of the Enlightenment, which infiltrated from Europe through trade routes, the Greeks having always been the most extrovert and commercial people of the Ottoman Empire. Similarly, the Greek War of Independence was seen by Western society as a revival of ancient valor, always through a prism of Western cultural superiority. The big colonial-type museums, such as the Louvre or the British Museum, became hoarders of loot of antiquity, brought in by travelers who would combine their own learning with cultural diplomacy and antagonism for gaining the most precious spolia. In Greece, most damage was made before the creation of the state, when the Ottoman overlords did not participate in this ideology, so were largely indifferent to the fate of antiquities, and sometimes even promoted their expropriation in exchange for political influence. Independence after 1821 and gradual democratization thereafter meant not only that more people would participate in society and governance, but also that ideas could more easily circulate. Through time, cultural heritage considered as valuable was enriched, starting with the Middle Ages, Byzantium, modernity, and then gradually on towards what until recently was seen as the extra-European world of colonies. Modern cultural heritage was only acknowledged in Greek law in 1950. The Greek experience is parallel to the European one. One specific aspect we need to mention about European cultural perceptions is that foreign, non-European civilizations also gradually ceased to be seen as of lower status to the Western paradigm. Today, there are dedicated policies for recognizing and countering colonial narratives just as the provenance of antiquities and their restoration to the original owners is a big and ever-growing issue. ICOM, the International Council of Museums, was founded in Paris in 1946, right after World War II. It has been said that it was a cry of anguish following the destruction of cultural heritage as a result of war. It was not the first such international cooperation scheme. After World War I, the Society of Nations had already created an international museums office as one of its branches. But this time, the cooperation of museums did not spring out of intergovernmental institutions, quite the opposite. ICOM was part of the notion that we need to unite the world instead of dividing it, through transnational cooperation at every level. At the center of the initiative was Chauncey J. Hamlin, an American museum director who had previously headed the American Association of Museums and who became ICOM's first president. At the time, the United States were very much involved in reinvigorating Europe, which had all but been annihilated in war. So when we think about ICOM in relation to Europe, we probably have to talk of the West more generally. Despite this, ICOM was since its birth a truly global phenomenon. If it started in the West, it is probably because this is where global power lay at the time. Even more, Europe was the place which suffered the most in terms of cultural heritage loss during World War II. Furthermore, in its beginning, ICOM was assisted by UNESCO, the United Nations cultural arm, and until very recently was housed in the UNESCO premises in Paris. Unlike UNESCO, though, it is a non-governmental organization which has managed to unite today around 60,000 members, museums and museum people from all around the world. So the origins of ICOM can be traced in a large part within Europe and the West, but ICOM has also sustained very persistent efforts to be, ever since its creation, a worldwide forum. Its growth has followed the roots of globalization, and it has, without doubt, gained a genuine worldwide outlook and acceptance. Attention to Asia has been particularly strong in the last decades, parallel to the emergence of the continent as a center of economic, political, and cultural power. The triennial Grand General Conference took place in 2004 in Seoul, then in 2010 in Shanghai, then in 2019 in Kyoto. And membership in China and Asia has also been on the rise. Although it is non-governmental, as I said, ICOM often serves as a partner of states in cultural heritage protection and promotion. The ICOM definition of the museum is internationally incorporated into law by states and governments as a basis for correct museum and cultural heritage policies. The definition is a dynamic tool and has been revised several times in accordance with the evolution of international perceptions and practices. The last definition was adopted at the General Conference in Prague in 2022, after at least 6 years of discussions and processes all through the world. The ICOM Code of Ethics for Museums is also a very powerful tool. As the name itself reveals, it is a manual for the correct functioning of museums in order to make sure that they have a positive impact within society regarding the protection of cultural heritage, and that the rules they abide by are not only legal, but also guided by moral principles, by all international standards. It doesn't matter whether a museum is in Europe, China, Africa, America, wherever. This code of ethics is encapsulating the deep common sense of humanity related to its cultural heritage, irrespective of regional specificities. Its prescriptions are largely used by states and by law a little bit everywhere. As the notion of museums expanded and continues to expand, so does the notion of protecting cultural heritage in general. ICOM, apart from establishing rules about what a museum is and what should not be called a museum, and how it should function, is constantly fostering and highlighting policies and actions for protection, such as the red lists of cultural goods in danger. These are lists of indicative types of objects that are considered the most endangered for theft, destruction, illicit trafficking, etc., in situations of war, instability, corruption, illegal excavations, international criminality. Among others, there is already a red list for China. A similar one is under preparation for Greece by the Greek National Committee. Similar one for the Balkan region by the ICOM Regional Alliance for Southeast Europe, and one for Ukraine also after the Russian invasion. These lists are valuable tools for law enforcement and for customs personnel who are not always fully aware of the cultural value of objects that come to their attention. They also help general awareness, and this is why the adoption of a red list is usually accompanied by efforts to publicize it so that whoever notices suspicious activity can be empowered to do something about it. Even earlier, ICOM was a constituent partner in a cooperation with international organizations for the protection of monuments, libraries, and archives for the creation of the Blue Shield International. It is the cultural equivalent of the Red Cross, providing global emergency protection in cases of war. The foundations of the Blue Shield lie with the Hague Convention of 1954 for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. ICOM is a far too big organization to function exclusively at the level of its General Assembly. Worldwide, a majority of countries have national committees. There are also dozens of international committees devoted to specific scopes of interest, types of heritage, functions within museums, etc. There are also regional alliances setting up closer cooperation related to the cultural ties existing among geographic neighbors. In Europe, we have ICOM Europe, but we also have ICOM North Europe for Scandinavia, and also, as I said, ICOM Southeast Europe. Also, independent smaller organizations which do not belong to ICOM are recognized as affiliated because of common interests and relations. All these bodies, national and international committees, regional alliances, external affiliated organizations, participate in the advisory committee, a separate parliament, let's say, which provides guidance to the executive board in Paris. In Greece, the National Committee of ICOM was founded in 1983, mainly by a group of people from the Ministry of Culture, together with renowned museum people and some academics. It was a time of cultural liberalization in the country, and the ministry was headed by the great politician, actress, and singer Melina Mercouri. She is the same person who managed to internationalize the Greek claim for return of the Parthenon sculptures from Britain. We must stress, though, that Greek interest for ICOM was strong ever since its creation. There had been an effort to create a national committee already from its beginnings in the late 1940s, with participation of the then Minister of Culture and the heads of major Greek museums. Politics being very difficult at the time, this never concretized. In the meantime, ICOM in Paris had many Greeks among its membership, inscribed individually and not through a national committee. Ever since 1983, though, ICOM Greece has remained in close relation with the ministry. Although independent, it functions as a counselor, and its role in the formulation of long-term cultural heritage policies in the country is crucial. As we speak, the ministry is running a big program for the accreditation of museums, which aims at a sort of evaluation and self-evaluation of all public and private institutions in order for their functioning, their rules, their ethics, their premises, their accessibility to be compatible with international standards. The standards themselves are mainly ICOM produced, as interpreted nationally by ICOM Greece. And of course, ICOM Greece is also a partner to the ministry in developing this evaluation policy. ICOM Greece also holds a seat in the ministry's Council of Museums, which provides expert opinion to the minister to all matters of museum policy. National committees serve as relays between international big evolution in museum work and the local microcosm in their own state, and vice versa. In most countries, in Europe and in Greece, this is certainly the case. ICOM has become the main meeting point for museum people, the most constant and reliable forum for museum practice, and thus help develop cultural heritage policies in a bottom-up way. ICOM is a fundamentally democratic institution where all professional experience can be brought forward and discussed irrespective of one's role or position. Also, in a large part through ICOM, the role of conservation, preservation, safety for today and for the future of collection has become a key function of museums. And ICOM is also a pivot for museum studies in universities, not only for museum practice in museums themselves. ICOM Greece has also played a role in the organization of major international exhibitions, in numerous international meetings, in the development of educational activities in museums, and has systematically organized the International Museum Day activities in Greece. The originality of the Greek celebration of Museum Day, 18th of May, is that each year a museum is chosen to be celebrated in conjunction with the theme of the year as defined by ICOM International. Thus, International Museum Day is a broadly publicized yearly event that helps foster the relation of museums with the public. Finally, ICOM Greece's annual newsletter has become the most informed periodical edition for museum life and policy in Greece. Museums are very present in today's Greek society, helping save and preserve heritage and promoting awareness. ICOM's role in this is crucial and is becoming ever more in parallel to the deepening of the importance of cultural heritage in our country. Thank you very much.
We thank Philippos for bringing to the fore the value of museums in heritage conservation and interpretation. And we will move on with our next speaker, Dr. Wen Zhen, who is Assistant Researcher of the Institute of Archaeology at CASS, the Concept and Practice of Chinese-Egyptian Archaeological Joint Mission at the Montu Temple of Karnak. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear colleague, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. Unfortunately, I can't go to Greece with you. But it's an honor to present our work for this time to you. I'm sorry it's not in Europe. The project is in Egypt, but it's not very far, actually. It's just another side of the sea. Do you see the PowerPoint? I'm sorry, I can't see in my screen now. Okay, yes, okay. As you already heard, my colleague Dr. Wang present the cultural heritage in China. So I would take this opportunity to present Q-Round project on cooperation between China and another country. So this time it's between China and Egypt. The cooperation. What can I do for the next? Okay. Okay. Sorry for the delay. The projects will begin in 2016. It's between the Institute of the Archaeology of the CRSS and the Ministry of the Antiquity of Egypt. This is the first time Chinese archaeologists go to Egypt, begin the mission, and also the first Egypt-China joint mission. So we have two co-director and the team was making by the member of the Egyptian member and the Chinese member. The project is located in Luxor. It's okay. It's Luxor in the south part of the Egypt. It's also the ancient city of the Thebes. The site it's located in the north part of the famous UNESCO site called Karnak Temple. Our project is focused on the north part of the Karnak Temple, so we also call the Karnak North. The main monument is located in the Mentu Temple precinct. It's about 2.4 hectare for this precinct. The site was the first time studied by the French mission in the end of the 19th century. And during the 1940s and the 1950s, several French missions have the excavated here. So the main monument we see right now is already excavated by the French people. But in that time, the mission was just focused on the monument itself, to find the inscription, to find the statue, and the relation between this monument have a lot of questions. And also, especially, each monument was not dating the same times. And after 1950s, the site was abandoned. No mission working in here until we arrived to the site at 2018. The first mission of our core mission is beginning in 2018. And we set out two areas for the beginning of the mission. Area 1 is in the southwest corner of this precinct. It's called the area for the Osirian trappers, especially for the later period. Because its location is very important. It's between the Mentu Temple and the famous Amun-Ra Temple of the Karnak. So so we will begin for this area to understand the function and organization for this area and for this building. And the second area is between the Mentu Temple and the Ma Temple, the two biggest monuments of this site. But it's not building in the same time, and the relation between these two monuments it's remain questioned. So we begin with these two areas. So what is it look after the excavation for the first area 1? This is a 3D modeling for the result, our excavation. So the first chapter is from the west to the south. So the first and the second is already excavated by the French people. But the third never know before. And we open complete this monument. And for the first time, we know how it look like the third chapter. The chapter is smaller than the previous. It's built by the sandstone, like all the monument, the stone monument on the site, and have a parvis range. It's also the marble construction around the ramp parvis. We found also a marble enclosure and the north part, and we suppose, and it's continue going to the east. And this year we are open, we extend our excavation. We already begin to excavate the fourth chapter. Actually, it's not on the map, but it's still working in progress. So we know there is maybe in that time, there was a big enclosure to close all these chapels that made this area more important than we expected. For the farm, the Arctic, for the farms, the most have the bronze Osiris figurine, also some ceramic, maybe related to the religion and all the usage quotidien every day. And for the area 2, it's between the junction of the Montu Temple and the Ma Temple. After we opened this site, we found a lot of construction on mud brick. The most important discovery is the one in the middle of the map. Can you see it's here. It's 6 meters from the south wall of the Montu Temple. The important for this building, it's on each mud brick, we found the name of the King Amenhotep III. We know the Montu Temple is built by the King Amenhotep III. So now we know these 2 buildings is built in the same time. In the future research, we will extend our sector to find to look for this building. Maybe there is an enclosure wall for the Montu Temple, and maybe also another building working in the same time with the Montu Temple. This is what I talk about the name of the King Amenhotep III on each mud brick. The excavation, its main project is in the center of this project, but it's not the only project. It's not the only point for our project. The conservation and the restoration is also very important for our project, because as I said, there was a long time, more than 16 years, this site was abandoned after the previous excavation. So when we arrived, we faced a lot of problems. The most building was built by the sandstone, but it's become very fragile under the hot temperature, the wind, also the water from the soil. You know, we are not very far from the river of the Nile. So after all these years abandoned, a lot of the stone artifact become very fragile and very damaged. And in that time, in the earlier excavation, the ideology of the conservation and restoration is not satisfied for right now, and the documentation and the research is not enough neither. So when we arrived to the site, we found out a lot not documented artifact on the site, and a lot of subject stone, part of the statue, part of the wall, the column on the site, directly on the soil, as you already see on this PPT on the screen. So this what we do as quickly as we can to protect the site. At the same time, we begin our excavation. We pass a lot of time in the first year to clean the site first. There was a lot of vegetation, tree, grass on the site already, because a long times abandoned. There was also the artifact on the soil. So we clean that. We clean all the vegetation. You will see in the next PPT, I will show the result of this. We clean as quick. The first year we do is the cleaning, remove all this grass, remove all the small building, modern building. Also remove the debris from the earlier excavation. And we begin quickly as we can, the restoration and the conservation project for the building. We begin first for the chapel area. And we, during, since 2018 to today, the second chapel is completely restored. And we also begin in restore the third chapel, as you saw before. And at the same time, when during our excavation, we have a restoration team all the time with us on the site. Because as we know, the monument on the site is sometimes in the very bad condition. So we need that restoration team working with us to do the best to save this monument if we have any situation during the excavation. We also build the new storeroom and office. As you might know, in Egypt, the artifact cannot leave the site. All the artifact found excavated during the excavation need to stay in the storeroom on the site or in some specific magazine. So we'll build our own storeroom on the site and also the working space and the office. You might see on this PPT on the dam, this one is what our build. We also begin our documentation and our database. We begin to use the new form of the documentation. As you see in the middle image, it's mixing the technique and the part. It's mixing between the Egyptian tradition and also the Chinese tradition for two weight. There is some. We pass a lot of discussion between our two teams to decide finally we will use this system. We take all the good part for each team and we mix it together and make our new assistant. Now, this is what I talk about. The left is before. We've seen a lot of tree, the grass, and the right, it's after. Actually, all this clean wall is made between 2018 and 2019. It's also a result for the restoration team working with the archaeologists. This column base is made by Carnegie, and when we discover it's very fragile, and we ask the restoration team directly working with us, they will help us to clean and also to consolidate this column base. And the result is we found the inscription on this column base and show us the owner of these chapels. We also rebuild a part of the enclosure between the gate of the chapels. The idea of our mission is now completely restore the wall, the enclosure. It's not what we expected. We just this restore about 1 meter, between 1 meter and 2 meter height of this enclosure should just show the visitor how it could be look like before. And the mud brick we use is made by ourselves. We're using the traditional way to build this mud brick, and we use this mud brick to restore restore the site. We also do a lot of 3D modeling for the documentation, and also for the future, the research and the future, the excavation, also for the conservation and restoration, if we need it. That's all. I don't see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wen, for giving us a very good example of international cooperation in heritage preservation and excavation. And we will move on to our last speaker for this session, Dr. Evgenia Bedermacher-Geroussi. She is Honorary Director of Antiquities at the Ministry of Culture. and her topic will be Cultural Heritage Management as a Tool for Sustainable Local Development, the cases of Ioannina and Castellorizo. You have the floor, Evgenia. Yes.
Okay. So, the example of cultural heritage promotion projects which have been implemented and are being implemented in 2 different regions of our country, an urban center in northwestern Greece, far from popular summer tourist destinations, and an inaccessible small island on the border at its southeast end, proves the decisive contribution of cultural heritage not only to the preservation of historical memory, but also to the stimulation of the local economy and to social cohesion. Ioannina, built on the shores of Lake Pamvotida, is an important city and center of northwestern Greece from ancient times to the present day. The preserved Byzantine monuments, the synagogue, the Ottoman mosques, the old mansions bear witness to the special character of the city, which was a spiritual and multicultural center with a strong presence of Jews and Muslims, as well as a crossroads of commercial transactions. Although Ioannina does not belong to the traditionally popular foreign tourist destinations, it nevertheless has the basic background, which is the natural environment of the lake and the surrounding monuments and the long history of the city as reflected in its monuments. In the castle of Ioannina, a point of reference for the city as it surrounds its historical core, the Ministry of Culture has implemented for a number of years projects that gradually highlight it as an organized cultural space, such as the project of restoring and highlighting the Acropolis of the castle, known as its Calais, as well as the outer walls, which is combined with already existing cultural structures from the past, such as the Byzantine Museum, the Ethnographic Museum in the Aslan Pasha Mosque, and other restored buildings in the same area, which are currently used for cultural purposes. Recently, in the northwestern corner of its Calais, you see here the whole castle, the very active cultural foundation of the Piraeus Bank Group, a powerful Greek bank, proceeded with an exemplary restoration under the supervision of Archaeological Service and has created the Silversmithing Museum, an art that is directly linked to the special cultural identity of the region with great development until the present day. The Castle of Ioannina also hosts many different types of events, such as conferences, educational programs, concerts, rock festivals, full moon celebrations, etc. The Archaeological Museum, in a short distance from the castle, was renovated in the last decade, and the re-exhibition of its archaeological collections from prehistoric to Roman times was adapted to the modern principles of museology and cultural heritage management. In the lake Pamvotida, the Nisaki, which is the Greek word for island, is an integral element of the history of Ioannina and a favorite destination for all visitors to the city. On the island, in addition to the traditional settlement, a unique monumental set of small monasteries is preserved where excellent wall paintings are preserved, landmarks for post-Byzantine art, mainly from the 16th century. The interventions that have been implemented in the monuments have helped this unique settlement in our country on a lake island to remain alive and prosperous. The attractive natural environment and the rich cultural heritage of the city of Ioannina and the wider region, as they are increasingly exploited, have already made Ioannina an attraction for more visitors. The conditions and needs of the second area under consideration are completely different. The small rocky island of Megisti or Castellorizo, the most remote tip of Greek territory, is very close to the southern Turkish coastline. The island, a trading post of antiquity and economically strong in the 19th century, thanks to shipbuilding, shipping, and sponge making, suffered during the first half of the 20th century successive blows, most notably the almost total destruction of the settlement in World War II by bombing and fire, which led to the mass migration of its inhabitants mainly to Australia. The population that once exceeded 8,000 people today numbers around 500 permanent residents, faced with problems such as the high cost of living, water scarcity, difficulties in medical care, movement and transportation, and limited work opportunities. Main sectors of employment are fishing and tourism, with a significant number of visitors from neighboring Turkey. The unique settlement, with its medieval castle and special architectural features, spreads out in an amphitheater layout around the double harbor, as you see here, and has always been the center of activity and the main destination for visitors. Outside the settlement, as well as on the neighboring uninhabited islets, there are, however, other interesting spots where projects have been carried out by the Ministry of Culture. The imposing fortification of Paleokastro, the most important site of the island after the settlement, is located about 1 kilometer west of it on a rocky hill above the port, and is a favorite destination for visitors to the island, either by walking or by the few cars that circulate on the island. The initial phase of the fortification dates back to the 4th century BC and is part of a network of fortifications and sanctuaries of the Rhodian state. The castle, with modifications, remained in use until Byzantine times and was a point for the control of sea routes. After fixing operations were carried out in sections that presented unsteadiness, routes were created so that the space be legible and with the help of information signs friendly to the visitor. The visitor needs to climb 401 steps from the island's port to reach Agios Georgios to Vounou, an abandoned monastery reminiscent of a castle and recently renovated. Agios Georgios Antrape owes its name to a couple of Greeks from Castellorizo who made a great fortune in Egypt. The monument, very dear to the inhabitants of the island, was in a very poor state of preservation and was renovated thanks to private sponsorship. At one end of the architecturally interesting settlement of the island, with its various colors, dominates the mosque, which hosts a very beautiful exhibition enriched with audiovisual material dedicated to the rich folklore, tradition, customs, and traditions, as well as the recent history of the island. The implementation of the above interventions in the small and inaccessible Castellorizo expands the limited range of local economic activity. The supply of raw materials from the local market, the offer of work to its residents, and the temporary installation of specialized personnel are stimulated injections for the local economy and contribute to maintaining social cohesion. In the long term, the specific projects, in combination with the functioning museum spaces of the settlement, the archaeological museum housed in a part of the medieval castle, upgrade the cultural environment and strengthen the cultural as well as other forms of tourism, creating favorable conditions for development. The example of cultural heritage promotion projects which have been implemented and are being implemented in 2 different regions of our country, an urban center in northwestern Greece and an inaccessible small island on the border, proves the decisive contribution of cultural heritage not only to the preservation of historical memory, but also to the stimulation of the local economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yarousi. Thank you for this presentation on the contribution of cultural heritage conservation and protection on sustainable development and social cohesion. And now we have something like 10, maybe 15 minutes, maybe, Mr. Mazarakis, for discussion. Unfortunately, we won't be able to pose any questions to Dr. Wang Reinyu on this interesting topic that he presented. So let's proceed directly to Dr. Philippos Mazarakis on his contribution about museums and cultural protection.
That, to my mind, ICOM is a very important tool to mitigate problems that historically arise between neighboring people due to the fact that they have followed since their childhood for generations a different paradigm between them on the course of history. And I admire ICOM very much, especially for this. What it has done in the southern Eastern Balkans, I'm sure the same can be done in other areas, maybe also in areas having to do with European-China relations or American-US-China relations. Maybe ICOM could play such a role on a much larger scale than what it played here in the Balkans a few years ago. I remember this big success of the Reimagining the Balkans exhibition that went through all the southern Balkans.
May I comment? Well, this exhibition was it was actually a UNESCO exhibition that was co-sponsored by ICOM. So the idea was to negotiate the rise of national identities and of nation states in the Balkans of the 19th century. So you can imagine, at least those of you who are Greek, are certainly understanding the difficulty of the subject, and it was really complicated. But we did manage to negotiate it successfully. I have to say that the exhibition was shown not only here in Athens, but also in Skopje, in Sofia, in Belgrade, in Slovenia, in Montenegro, and in Thessaloniki too. Yeah, if you're interested, please tell me. I have another related to that. There is another example of how ICOM works for, let's say, cultural cohesion, even in times of war. It's the question of participation of ICOM Russia in the works of ICOM. There had been in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, there had been talks of excluding Russia, the Russian National Committee, from the international workings of the, and this was rapidly, well, it was a discussion that was rapidly stopped with common consent of a vast majority of those that had a say in this, because there was this attitude that we cannot punish our colleagues from a country, from museums, that many of them and make a make them let's say guilty of being complicit in the politics of their government. This is exactly the situation of ICOM, that keeps good relations with governments, but is always distinct from governments.
Are there any questions on museums and ICOM? I think no. No. So can we connect back with Dr. Wen Zhen if there are any questions for him? Oh, okay. So this is. Is he online? Okay. Are there any questions about the restoration and excavation works on Karnak? I do not think. Okay.
Mr. Laskaridis, in his welcome speech, noted the work that is being done these days between the governments of China and Greece to institute an institution for archaeological research and classical studies research in Athens. The Chinese side is fully aware that the status of the other schools of classical study, like the American, the Swedish, the other schools, cannot be duplicated today, because this is a historical, it comes down through decades of history, so the laws have changed. But the paradigm of how China and Egypt have coordinated archaeological research could perhaps at some point in the future, not now, but after the institution of this Institute of Classical Studies, with some agreements with existing the Archaeological Society, for example, or the government, the Greek government, could perhaps do some work also here in Greece.
Are there any other comments or questions for Dr. Wen Zhen? I think not. So let's proceed to our last speaker, Dr. Evgenia Gerousi-Bedermacher. Are there any questions for her? Yes, please.
Thank you, Doctor. My question is about the city of Yuan Nina. Do you think it would be a possible idea that to present the city of Yuan Nina in the context of the whole region of Epirus? I mean, not only the city of Ioannina, but through the city of Ioannina to present the whole region of Epirus. We share we know the common historical past, like during Byzantine period. Even not only Greek Epirus with the special city, especially with the city, another city of Arta. Even we can include the southern part of Albania, for example, to even build a museum for the in Ioannina for the whole region of Epirus. Thank you.
If I have understood the question, your question was about the whole region of Epirus and what the Museum of Ioannina represents, or am I wrong?
My question is it possible to do some things to represent the whole region?
No. There are several museums in Epirus. There are also archaeological museums in other cities, like in Arta or in Igoumenitsa. There are, let us say, an regional archaeological museum of the district of Ioannina. Also for Dodoni, for the very famous oracle that was near to Ioannina, but it is not dedicated to the whole Epirus. Maybe some things in it have to do with the whole territory of Epirus. Have I answered your question? Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Dr. Geroussi? No. So thank you very much for participating in this second session. And I think now it's time for lunch break.
Hopefully lunch will be outside. I hope it is waiting. Good. So we can go outside. We will compress a little bit the time. Not much. We are doing very well, thanks to the panelists. So we will, by the end of the day, we will be on time. Okay. Ωραία. This way. Good. So everybody's here. Thank you for coming back inside. Though it is too hot outside, so one reason you came inside might be that it is better here. Anyway, I thank everybody, and I welcome the first afternoon session, the development of China-Europe relations driven by economic and cultural cooperation. Moderator is my good friend Dr. Han Meng, who is spending these days in Athens at our center, the CAX. So the floor is yours, Han Meng.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Madarakis. Good afternoon, scholars and colleagues. The theme of the first afternoon session is the development of China-Europe relations driven by economic and cultural cooperation. We know that China and Greece are the birthplaces of Eastern and Western civilizations. In the morning session, we also heard the scholars' view on the historical and cultural development of China and Europe. The shared civilization accumulation not only makes the two countries appreciate each other, but also has a positive impact on the mutual learning between China and Europe, and has laid a solid humanistic foundation for China and Europe to better carry out pragmatic cooperation. It can be said that mutual learning among civilizations has created favorable conditions for China-Europe economic and trade cooperation. And economic and trade cooperation is also promoting the deepening of China-Europe cultural exchanges. The two are complementary to each other and cannot exist without the other. Therefore, I think this afternoon's topic is very meaningful, and I look forward to hearing the insights of all speakers and hoping that they can contribute their wisdom to the deepening development of China-Europe relations. In order to ensure that the session can be completed on time, each speaker has 15 minutes to explain their views. First, I would like to welcome the first speaker, Dr. Cao Hui, who is an associate researcher at the IES of CAS. The title of her speech is Opportunities and Challenges for EU-China Low Carbon Cooperation. Please.
Chairman and my dear fellows, good afternoon. I think I'm quite privileged to be here. From this morning, I thought it was a very fascinating conference here. We had a lot of subjects like language and archaeologies, and also the culture exchange and something like that. And this afternoon, at this moment, I would like to another ingredients. It's about energy, low carbon cooperation between EU and China. But because the time is limited, and I would like to be straightforward. And yes, as my topic, just presented is like the presentation will be include 3 parts: the opportunities, the challenges, and the conclusion remarks. The opportunities reflects on 3 aspects between EU and China in low carbon fields. Firstly, under the new circumstances, the development of low carbon cooperation between China and the EU come at the rare timing. In September 2020, China and the EU established the Green Partnership. The international consensus is that the world cannot meet the climate goals and energy transition without China's support and contributions. Second, the global climate governance with Chinese characteristics has been increasingly recognized by the international communities, which is the concept of building a community with a shared future for mankind at its core. In September 2020, China proposed a plan for carbon summit and carbon neutralities. Finally, Chinese capability to participate in the global climate governance have been greatly enhanced. We have incorporated the carbon target into our national strategy. China will incorporate the emission reduction into national economic development plans. For example, since the 12th five-year plan, China has incorporated the reduction of carbon dioxide emission per unit of GDP as a binding target in the outline of the National Economic and Social Development Plan. In China's 14th five-year plan and the outline of the vision of the 2035 set a mandatory target of reducing carbon dioxide emissions per unit of GDP by 18% of 2025 compared to 2020's level. Regarding to the carbon market, since February 2021, the Chinese carbon emission market has officially implemented nationwide. As for green finance, by the end of 2020, China's outstanding green loans in both domestic and foreign currencies has reached about 12 trillion yuan, ranked first in the world. The stock of a green bond is about 800 billion yuan, the second largest in the world. Regarding to the challenges, EU-China cooperation in low carbon field faces several challenges. There is mainly reflected in three aspects. Firstly, geopolitical makes the EU-China cooperation more difficult. Since taking office, Mr. von der Leyen has led the European Commission, which is labeled by herself as a geopolitical commission. In the European Green Deal, the EU described the green digital transformation as a necessary path for the coalition of democracies to add the global issues, including climate governance. During the Trump administration, friction between China and the United States has intensified, and most EU member states have chosen their sides and transferred sensitive politics issues into the European levels, and making the European Commission more geopolitical. The outbreak of COVID-19 has caused the EU to highly politicize the EU, such as the narratives and human rights, weakening the rational and cooperative side of the global governance. Which is seriously damaged the political mutual trust between China and the EU. Second, under the guidance of the concept of strategic autonomy, the EU's pursuit of global leadership has further intensified the competition between EU and China in the low-carbon area. The EU has taken global climate and energy governance to the high strategic level by speeding up its internal legislative process and institutional negotiations to advance the international political agenda. Geopolitics and the great power competition, as well as the division between the EU and the growing focus on the climate agenda, has driven the EU towards a strategic approach. In the end, the EU is shaping a highly geopolitical climate ground strategy from the inside and out, from technology to trade. For China, the fragmentation of global climate governance and the complexity of low-carbon development had bounded and further divided the camp of developing countries. The principle of common but differentiate responsibilities under the UNFCCC framework is being abandoned, and the competition among major powers in development models, resources, trade, capital, and technology is intensifying. Developed countries represented by the European Union, by the Europe, and the United States continue to develop their own global governance model in the direction of legal binding, non-discriminatory, and market-oriented. From the Kyoto Protocol, Bali Roadmap, Copenhagen Accord, Paris Agreement, and the Katowice implementation rules developing countries represented by the EU have gradually abandoned the principle of CDRs and moved closer to the group of countries represented by the United States. Carbon board coordination between mechanisms, what was called the CBAM, and other carbon trade tools are becoming main tools for the developed countries to tackle climate change and prevent the risk of so-called carbon leakage. Third, the EU's triple positioning towards China has comprehensively enhanced its competition and confrontation with China. In 2019, the EU redefined China as a negotiating and economic partner and competitors and institutional rival, ushering in the new era of competition and cooperation in EU-China relations. Compared with the past, EU-China relations face more uncertainties under the new circumstances, coupled with the United States' comprehensive containment stance against China. The EU and the United States are working together to obstruct China's participation in global climate governance in the escalating manners, means, and intensities. In terms of institutions, the EU has made low carbon development a core strategic priorities. For example, the European Green Deal has become the governing platforms for the European Commission and the guide for the development of the EU. The EU also integrated the building binding requirements related to climate change and low carbon into all policy areas. For example, under the multi-year budget framework of 2021 to 2027, the EU will increase a proportion of the fiscal expenditures related to climate change from 20% to 30%, or even more than 30%. It's about 33% of the Recovery Fund. Through the bilateral and the multilateral mechanism, the EU speeded the laws and regulations to the outside world by signing association agreements, bilateral free trade agreements, and participating in negotiating with International Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the International Maritime Association, IMO. The EU will continually export ideas, technologies, and the method of decarbonizations and emission reduction to win more international recognition and support. A new global climate governance order with the ETS and its core is emerging, which is conduct to the EU's establishment of a rule-based international order. Since the Paris Agreement is signed, development countries represented by the European Union has gradually been backed on principle of common but different responsibilities, carried out who pay, who pollute principle. The implementation of a CBAM as a mechanism by means of trade forcing other countries, especially emerging big emitters, increasing mitigation measures. Through CBAM, the EU wants to extend the EU ETS to foreign countries and implement long-arm jurisdictions over similar imports. As the concluding remarks, China and the EU has adopted different paths and methods on emission reduction and decarbonization. This difference is mainly due to the two sides at a different stage of history development, as well as a different political system and other factors. In terms of model, the EU is gradually abandoning the principle of common but different responsibilities principle under the UNFCCC, insists polluter pays ideal. Pulled by the EU ETS and the CBAM, the EU is accelerating the path of the low carbon transition and the net zero emission from home to abroad. For China, achieving the carbon neutrality goal will cause abroad and a profound economic and social systematic change. To reach carbon neutral, China probably will take 30 years to achieve what developed countries probably need 45 or even 70 years to achieve. It is clear that building an equitable low-carbon development is a long-term hard risk. EU-China cooperation on this field will certainly contribute to the world, to the global climate governance and green transformation. Despite many noises and obstacles, cooperation between EU and China shall yield more benefits than confrontations. Thank you for having your time.
Thank you, Dr. Cao Hui. Dr. Cao believes that China and the EU have adopted different paths and models on the road to emission reduction and decarbonization. We know that both China and the EU are leaders in global green development and have extensive common interest and a huge room for cooperation in field of green development. As Cao Hui said, although there are many noises and obstacles, the benefit of China-EU cooperation in this field should outweigh confrontation. We should continue to explore areas of cooperation and strive to reduce protectionism and barriers to cooperation in the green sector, so as to make greater contributions to global sustainable development. And the second speaker is Dr. Georgios Moraitis, lecturer of the Political Science Department at the University of Crete. He is also a Marie Curie Fellow, which shows that Dr. Emeritus has very high academic level. And now, please allow Dr. Emeritus to speak. The title of his speech is Sir Robert Hart and the Modernization of Qing China, a Diplomatic Legacy. Dr. Emeritus, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Katharini Laskaridis Foundation and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences for the esteemed invitation. The exploration of Sino-European relations lies at the heart of my research. My current project examines the engagement of Greek ship owners in 1930 Shanghai, focusing on notable figures like Emmanuel Giannoulatos, who served both as owner of China Hellenic Lines and Greek consul. As this project is still in its early stages, today I will discuss my previous research, which is scheduled for publication by Palgrave Macmillan as a monograph in 2025. This work examines the broader interactions between Europe and China, specifically delving into the mediating role of Sir Robert Hart between the last imperial dynasty of China, the Qing, and European powers during the late 19th century. The theme of this conference provides a fitting backdrop to discuss the contributions of Sir Robert Hart, an Anglo-Irish diplomat and customs inspector who played a pivotal role in modernizing China's maritime customs service during the late Qing era. Appointed as the Inspector General of China's Imperial Maritime Customs Service, Hart was one of the most influential foreigners working for China's government at the time. His career in the Chinese customs began in 1859, and he quickly distinguished himself with his fluency in Mandarin Chinese, his attentiveness to Chinese manners and etiquette, his administrative skills, and his close personal relations with top Qing officials. During his nearly 5-decade tenure, Qing officials often refer to him as our Hart. As you can see, also the Chinese characters woman to Hotte, highlighting his significant influence. Hart's legacy is complex. On one hand, under his leadership, the Chinese customs boosted China's trade revenues through efficient tax collection and helped integrate the country into the global economy. The organization expanded its scope beyond tax collection, establishing a statistical department, managing China's first postal service, procuring military equipment for the Qing state, and financing the first interpreters college in Beijing. Additionally, the meteorological work of the Customs Marine Department and the development of the first lighthouse network along China's coast were part of the infrastructural development that underpinned China's integration into evolving regional and international systems and practices. According to some Western scholars, these projects were pivotal in the process of decoding China in the eyes of Westerners and then recoding it by creating structures that the Westerners could recognize and comprehend. Hart's assertion of his own authority within the Foreign Customs Service was tempered by a sensitivity to the concerns of his Qing bosses. He made clear in the regulations that participation in trade was an unacceptable conflict of interest for customs officials. He asserted that customs officials were Chinese employees, and must treat their Chinese counterparts with respect, and that junior officials interested in rising positions of authority should study spoken and written Chinese. Hart pointed out that while customs officials would need to deal with foreign diplomatic officials, they must not compromise their role in serving the Chinese government. Introducing new methods from the West, he stated, should be done in consultation with local officials and should not overshadow the primary goal of properly administering the business of the customs administration. Hart's regulations reflected a balance between adopting Western methods and respecting Chinese customs. This balance is evident in the famous circular he issued in 1864, which included the declaration: whatever other foreigners in this country deem themselves entitled to do from their position or fancied superiority to the Chinese, or in the way of showing their superior enlightenment by riding roughshod over their prejudices, and by evincing a general contempt for customs differing from their own, it is to be expected from those who take the pay and who are the servants of the Chinese government that they at least will so act so as to neither offend the susceptibilities nor excite jealousy, suspicion, and dislike. Hart was no cultural relativist. He believed in the superiority of his own civilization, but he was more sympathetic to Chinese culture and the concerns of Qing officials than other foreigners in China at the time. He also realized that gaining the confidence of the Chinese was very much in the interest of the customs service as he conceived it. On the other hand, Hart's role as a foreigner working for the Chinese government was controversial, especially given the historical context in which he operated. The late 19th century in China was a period marked by unequal treaties, territorial concessions, and a pervasive sense of Western superiority, so his position raised questions about the extent to which his reforms truly benefited China versus serving Western interests. According to Chinese scholars, Hart's reforms, while modernizing, were also part of a broader pattern of Western influence that often compromised Chinese sovereignty. This duality is critical to understanding Hart's place in history, a reformer who modernized China, but also a representative of foreign powers whose presence in China was fundamentally tied to expansionist ambitions. I do not wish to demonize the IG. He remains in many ways a very attractive figure, one of the few foreigners who foresaw that later generations would very likely not look kindly on the European imperial project. Yet, Hart did not do everything with China's benefit in mind, nor was he simply a tool of British mercantile imperialism. Hart was human, a man with ambitions, desires, prejudices, insecurities, and weaknesses. He saw the world and assessed both China's and European needs through those particular lenses. My research also examines Hart's approach to Sino-foreign relations and his role within China's state at the time, based on his previously understudied diaries and correspondence. Martin Hewitt, in his work on the practice of life history in the Victorian period, argues that diarists often approach diary keeping as a means to track their self-improvement. My research complements Hewitt's argument, showing that Hart's diaries highlight his focus on self-improvement and his aim to improve, at least as he saw it, others, particularly his nominal masters in the Qing government. one could argue that improving the Qing based on Western standards betrays his paternalist approach to his employers. However, Hart's personal records offer a fascinating glimpse into his mindset and the diplomatic tightrope he walked. These are some of the diaries I had to deal with. As you can see, his handwriting is not the best. During the Boxer Rebellion of 1900, Robert Hart, along with his assistants in Beijing, were forced to flee the headquarters of the customs and take refuge in the British legation, where they would remain besieged by imperial troops and Boxers. The siege must have been emotionally and physically trying for Hart. He lost his house and his headquarters and virtually all of his belongings. Nevertheless, following the siege, Hart decided to ignore the appeals of friends and family to return home and remained in Beijing, seeking to influence the direction of the post-Boxer settlement. Moreover, he decided to write a series of articles published in British and American periodicals aimed at influencing the settlement. Around the same time, he wrote the following to one of his assistants. With an eye to the far future, I do not expect strength will make China aggressive, but it will enable her to stand up on her feet and maintain her rights. China's attitude towards the West, when strong, will be greatly influenced by the West's treatment of her while weak, and therefore I advise all concerned to be temperate, considerate, friendly, and just. The next century will give China a big page in the world's history. As we reflect on the theme of this conference, culture and civilization in China and Europe, it is crucial to recognize that the historical interactions between China and Europe, as exemplified by figures like Sir Robert Hart, continue to influence our present and future collaborations. Hart's story illustrates the complexities and dualities inherent in Sino-European relations, where mutual benefits and conflicts of interest coexist, shaping the course of our shared history. By studying such historical figures and their contributions, we gain insights into the enduring legacies that continue to shape our cultural and civilizational exchanges, guiding us toward a common future built on mutual respect and understanding. In the context of today's global challenges, the lessons from Hart's experiences are particularly relevant. His ability to navigate the cultural and political landscapes of China and Europe while maintaining a focus on mutual benefit provides a model for contemporary diplomatic and economic relations. The integration of China's customs service into the global economy under Hart's leadership serves as an example of how collaborative efforts can lead to substantial progress and mutual enrichment. Moreover, Hart's sensitivity to Chinese customs and his insistence on respect for Chinese sovereignty highlight the importance of cultural diplomacy. In an era where misunderstandings and cultural classes are still prevalent, Hart's approach underscores the need for empathy, respect, and a genuine effort to understand and appreciate different cultural perspectives. As we look to the future, the historical ties between China and Europe remind us of the potential for collaboration and mutual growth. The exchanges and interactions between our civilizations have laid a foundation for a shared future. By learning from the past and applying these lessons to our current and future relations, we can work towards a world where cultural and civilizational differences are seen not as barriers, but as opportunities for enrichment and progress. Thank you. This is Hart's statue in Shanghai. It was demolished in 1943. These are some of his letters that I have worked with, and a portrait of his. So yeah, 谢谢你.
Thank you, Dr. Moraitis. Dr. Moraitis explores in the depth the key role played by Sir Robert Hart in China-Europe relations in the late 19th century. As a diplomat and customs inspector, Sir Robert Hart promoted the modernization of China's maritime customs services under the Qing dynasty and promoted China's integration into the global economy. And his legacy from a historical perspective enables as to realize that despite differences between Chinese and European civilizations, common progress can still be achieved, which also provides valuable references for contemporary China-Europe cooperation. Thank you, Dr. Moraitis. The next speaker is Dr. Jia Ruixia, Associate Researcher of the Institute of European Studies. The title of her speech is Economic and Trade Cooperation between China and the CE countries as an important propeller of China-EU relations. Dr. Jia Ruixia, please.
Thank you. My presentation is brief introduce about China and CEC countries' economic and trade cooperation. Like some overviews, past 11 years, according to the statistic data, we can find the in my PPT also including Cyprus, because I found our next seminar including scholars from Cyprus, because in traditionally people said CEC country including 17, so in my third pictures including 18. Maybe the first group, we can see the including Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Greece, Slovakia, and Romania. These 6 countries, it's very huge date from between the China trade in goods. We can like the Poland, it's the, according to 2022, it's the trade in goods, it's the, according to more than 40 billion US dollars. It's the first locations between with the China. And the second picture, we can see the first is Serbia. You can see it's the direct faster growth. So maybe we know the next month in July, first FTA, free trade agreement with the China to come from Central Eastern European countries, Serbia is the setup. So maybe we can focus that in the future, our 2 countries trade in goods, maybe trade in service will rapidly grow. And another country like Bulgaria, Latvia, Croatia, Lithuania, Estonia and Cyprus is also faster steady growth, very steady. And the next group, we can see maybe this country, the economic scale very small, but they have very, maybe the emotion with cooperation with China, including the Albania, North Macedonia, and these countries. And maybe we can see this date, we can some characteristics. Firstly, it's very steady growth, very upward trend. And bilateral trade continue to expand. We can see like Poland, like Serbia. And another more, sorry, let me say my. More ways for cooperation. We know the economic and the trade cooperation between the China and the CE countries have become increasingly close, especially since 2012. Many platforms was set up, like China CEC cooperation mechanism, and the Belt and the Road Initiative since 2013. And also since 2018, the Chinese International Import-Export set up in Shanghai. The many countries, Central Eastern countries, come take part of this expo. And I think also including Greece. And unless this platform, as we know, and many Central Eastern European countries with China had some mixed commission, like economical or like science and technology. sometimes every 2 years, this mixed committee and where some meeting and discuss cooperation with the two sides. And this cooperation not only at the national level, sometimes many cooperation set up with the local level. Maybe as we know, the Ningbo, it's located in Zhejiang province, and since 2012, China CEC cooperation mechanism, Ningbo is very, very active cities. The local government and the local business company make the many cooperation with the centralist countries. Maybe now, unless Ningbo and also another local city, Changzhou, it's located in Hebei province. In Changzhou, it's a very famous farm. It was built last century, 50 years. It's the former contributor is former Czech Slovak Republic, but now it's although the separate two countries, but this farm is very close with many industry or like wine, like 就是 flight. It's many cooperation with China. And the last, I think this cooperation mechanism is very equal. Very equal. The China and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, every year take many meetings with Central Eastern European countries, coordinators, and also mutual benefit and win-win cooperation, and very openness and inclusiveness. I think it's equal cooperation may be very good futures. These two cases maybe every know very well, like Piraeus port. It's very famous. It's very near our. And another case maybe Serbia. It's just now I told. I think maybe in the future Greece also set FTA with China. In my personal view. And I think maybe in the future, many challenges, like European Parliament elections and the new leader level, it's the stance with China, we can see. And also in many Central Eastern countries, every 4 years, some parliament election, maybe the change the government and the different leading government, it's what's the stance with the China, we can also see. It's also the challenges for the cooperation with the Central Eastern European countries and China. Maybe a little conclusion. I think it's a huge potential with the Central Eastern European country and China. I think like tourism, it's a traditional service industry or maybe modern service industry. Like Greece, I first visit this very beautiful and ancient, has ancient history countries. I found, although we have the flight 1 week, maybe 4 or 5, but some people told me American to the Greece flight, maybe every week, 1 week, more than 60 flights. So I think if the China and Greece and more directly flights, maybe many Chinese tourism can visit Greece. I think this may be some reduce some trade deficit in the good, I think. Although you know now the world faced many huge change. Some area is located also the Ukraine conflict with Russia, and maybe it's also American president election, and many factors influence the world situation and also influence the cooperation China with CEC countries. So I think with our meetings, maybe makes different exchange, the different opinions, and maybe let us will know understanding, and also promote our two countries' cooperation, also many countries' cooperation with China. It's my hope. And I used the Southern Song Dynasty poet Zhu Xi in his little poem, some times ask the channel which can be so clear for the source of living water. I think we said, and like China and CEC country, including Greece, if we as the living water, we're very active and cleaner, and we can make the channel of our cooperation, it's very clear, very active. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jia Ruixia. And Dr. Jia reviewed the economic and the trade relations between China and the CE countries from 2012 to 2022. Through data and the cases, she demonstrated that economic and trade cooperation between China and the CE countries is getting closer. Although the development of the EU and the CE countries' policies toward China and the competition toward China from countries outside the region have brought uncertainties to China CE cooperation. Dr. Jia Ruixia believes that China and the CE countries should still strengthen economic and trade cooperation and give full play to their respective comparative advantages so as to provide support for the development of China and the CE, China and EU relations. Okay. The last speaker of this session is Dr. Zhong Chao, assistant researcher of the IES. The title of his speech is the impact of China electric vehicles on the European market. Dr. Zhong Chao, please.
Okay, hello everyone. It's a very honor for me to have this opportunity to speak about this topic. Okay. The China electric vehicles in the environmental protection and their impact on the global market, particularly on the EU. Yeah. So my name is Zhong Chao. And first, let's look at the production situation of China EVs. That from the China Association of Automobile Manufacturers in 2023, China's production and the sales on EVs reached 9.6 million and 9.5 million in sales. So they are about 36% and 38% respectively. And this market shares reached about 32%. So let's see the next. Okay, sorry. See, let's see this picture. As we face the persisting challenges of climate change, so the transition to electric vehicles stands out as a crucial step. So studies have shown that the cumulative carbon emission of electric vehicles are 36% lower than comparable diesel vehicles. So the International Energy Agency has reported Global Electric Vehicles Outlook 2024. In this outlook, there is a target making electric vehicles affordable for more people. So the necessary conditions for realizing this target is to ensure that consumers who are willing to buy electric vehicles can afford and use them. And in 2023, nearly 40 million electric vehicles are sold worldwide, increasing about 35%, yeah, nearly 1/5 of the total car sales. According to this market distribution, China accounted for nearly 60%, and the European is about 25%, and the United States is 10%. So in 2023, about 300,000 EVs sold in the EU were produced by China, which is about 20% of this market. And each of those vehicles is estimated to reduce carbon emission about 1.66 tons every year. So which means that the EVs can reduce 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide in Europe thanks to Chinese EVs. And this is a clean environment, so the EU have set ambitious targets, reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990, banning the scale of petrol and diesel cars from 2035, and achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So those goals illustrated a commitment to green development and securing a competitive edge in the global market. So I think the introduction of Chinese EVs into the European market has numerous advantages for consumers. It allows European consumers to benefit from the latest technology and enjoying a diverse range of productions. The presence of Chinese EVs brand in Europe adds diversity, and those brands can leverage their unique strengths to cultivate the consumer habits and offer more choice to meet various needs. And also, for instance, China EVs not only equipped with the latest technology, but also offer affordable, high quality options for consumers. So this includes safety is crucial, particularly for young people and low-income groups. For example, take the BRD skill, which started at around about 9,000 euros. Even if a tariff of less than 20%, the vehicles remain affordable relative to the average annual salaries across European countries. So imposing the high tariffs could hide those consumers access to advanced technology. For example, in the Eastern European countries, the lowest income groups maybe need to save for 18 months to buy the Chinese EV without tariffs. But also with tariffs, so the period maybe will be extended significantly. And the trade protectionism is unsustainable and only temporarily shields the EU's automotive industries from the competition, I think. Without the external competition, the EU's electric vehicles may struggle to accelerate their technological advancement and production upgrades, and may be far behind to the global market, I think. And the entry of China EV companies bring innovation and new business models for testing technology exchange and encouraging the European manufacturers to enhance their R&D efforts. And the collaboration can also expedite the EU's automotive industry transformation. So this is Martin Friedman. He's an economist and also owner of the Nobel Prize. And this is his language, okay. And the next is moreover, the EU's EVs industries encompass an external extensive supply chains, I think. The cooperation between Chinese and European companies can stimulate the growth of related industries, creating jobs and attracting investment. So a notable example is the CATL, yeah. In China is the Ningde Timers. So his investment in Hungary. In 2022, Chinese power battery manufacturer CATL signed a purchase land agreement in Debrecen. The city is Debrecen in Hungary, making an official launch of the Hungarian factory. So it's a positive impact, I think. And electric vehicles powered by the clean energy source, so they reduce reliance on fossil fuels and enhance energy security by diversing energy sources and improving the sustainability and the security by the stability of energy system. So, however, trade protectionism by the EU could severely damage the business environment, I think, and shaking investors' confidence. So this is the data from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce to the EU. So they received the concerns from the EU partners and received the concerns from EU employees, I think. So this could enroll the EU's emerge as a standard others force in the international community and weaken its software power, I think. And the last is the maintaining normal economic and trade relations between China and the EU is crucial to avoid trade conflicts, I think. So could impact various sectors and livelihoods. EVs can be a starting point for collaborative efforts to address major international issues such as climate change, energy security, and artificial intelligence. So in conclusion, EVs are more than just a meaning of transportation. They are also a symbol of progressing towards a sustainable future. So by trusting in international collaboration and competition, we can also establish technological innovation, improve consumer welfare, and create a greener world. I think all 6 orders to support the integration of EVs into the global market, ensure the beneficial of this technology and the accessible to all. So thanks for your attention. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zhong Chao. We know that China's EV are currently facing some resistance in the EU. And Dr. Zhong Chao analyzed the positive impact of electric vehicles on the environment and consumer benefits, industrial chain development, energy security, and and believe that the cooperation between China and the EU in the field of EV is a win-win situation. Of course, I also hope that China and Europe can maintain a good cooperative relationship in the field of EV, mention the stability of the industrial chain and contribute to global sustainable development. Okay, now we will move to the discussion session, and due to the time constraints, I suggest only give the audience 3 opportunity to ask a question. And if you have more questions, you could have a conversation with the speaker after the meeting. And who want to ask the first question? Yeah, please. The microphone, yeah.
My question is directed to Dr. Moraitis. I find it very interesting of your presentation because I'm also doing transcription work of Heinrich Schliemann of his trip into China and Japan, which I use the resources from the American School. And so my question is like, what kind of primary resource, like which library do you use? And also like, do you also find more resources, primary resources in Greece regarding, the Greek shipping history in China?
All right, thank you so much for your question. Regarding my research on Robert Hart, I was fortunate enough to have access to his personal diaries, which is the only thing that survived from the attack to his headquarters, to his office by the Boxers in 1900. So the only thing, he sent his assistant to his office to pick up all the diaries, and that's the only thing that's left from him. The diaries are very, as shown earlier, like are very hard to decipher what he's saying. So it took me a lot of time to read his diaries. So to answer your question, my primary sources were his diaries that are still held at the special collections of Queen's University Belfast. That's where I did my PhD. And I also used some of Hart's papers. They're found in Harvard. They're in Harvard at the moment. Also, a lot of the archives I used were they are online from the Zhongli Yamen, the foreign office of the Qing dynasty during that period. And some personal notes, notebooks, diaries, and letters from people working in the Chinese customs service during this period. And regarding my research, that again, it's still in like a very initial stage about Greek ship owners in Shanghai. I have already found all the reports on Emanuel Giannulatos, the first Greek consul in Shanghai, all the reports and all the articles about him in the Anglo-Chinese press of Shanghai during that period, the North China Herald, it's the most famous one, and the China Times. And also, there are also some Greek journals of that period. One, I don't know exactly how to translate it, Naftika Chronika. It's a journal that Greek ship owners published since the 1930s, if I'm correct, and has some articles about Greek ship owners in Shanghai. I hope I get to find more in the future. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And second question. You, please. The microphone. That. Yes.
Again, for Dr. Moraitis, this question concerning Sir Robert Hart. You've been through his diaries, like you said. Given that he was working in the relevant state services of the Qing state, during the Opium Wars period, is he alluding to the enforcement of opium trade on China at this time? Is he referring anything about it?
Yes, so one of the few things, so I mean, Hart is a paradox in general as a person. It's very hard to decide which side he was on. It shifted all the time. So in the beginning, he had a more naive approach to what the Westerners were trying to do in China, even after seeing how they opened up China's market during the Opium Wars. So initially, he was not that critical of opium, but because of the fact that he was a devoted Christian, one of the main things that he started criticizing the British in China was, of course, opium smuggling. And over time, as you may have seen in the quotes I used, he became way more critical of British and in general, like European policies in China during this period. So not only on opium, but also in encroaching upon China's territory continuously and for 100 years almost.
Okay, the last question do you have? Oh, please.
Hello, my name is Kostas Karagiorgis. I'm a former chief of the fleet of the Greek Navy. I have a question for Dr. Yong Zhao regarding the EV vehicles. I recently read an article mentioning that Volvo, which is owned by a Chinese company, decided to move one of its factories from China to Belgium as a consequence of the possible taxes implications that the EU is deciding to impose to China imports. I think the issue, as you mentioned, is not as simple as we think. This European policy probably is driven by the impression EU has that China is assisting Russia on the war on Ukraine. I don't know if these allegations are correct or not, but I have the impression that just looking simply the taxes on a product or not is very simplistic way of thinking, because the issues are much broader, and perhaps if China decides to assist Europe on this war and assist Europe on its policy to strengthen its security strategy, will be a better solution to deepen their relation in EU and China. Thank you.
One more time. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks for your question. So, yeah, but because the EU have the protective protection on the China barriers on the China EVs, so I think maybe cooperation is more than competition, right? And the China EVs have the most positive impact in climate change, I think. So China and the EU should have more cooperation in this, because in the latest news, I think Hungary also have a new project with China companies on the battery factory agreement, I think. So maybe, I think, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I think China is a neutral position about in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So, and I think the geopolitical factor to adverse the cooperation is not smart things, I think. And yes, thank you. Okay. Well, and this session is coming to end now, and thank you all colleagues and scholars participate in this session, and I look forward to more opportunities to communicate with you in the future. And thank you, and if Helisto, thank you.
Okay, a short break for coffee. There is coffee outside, and inside again to wrap up. Kindly ask the last panel to take the floor. So this is the last session for today. The theme is cooperation between Chinese and European think tanks in a changing world. I admit that this, for me personally, it was difficult to find speakers on this session. It is both sensitive and on the other hand, to my mind, it is one of the most important things that should be discussed. So with these words, I pass the floor to the moderator, Dr. Fu Kong, Associate Researcher of the Institute of European Studies, CAS.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants from both China and Europe. I am Fu Cong, an associate researcher at the Institute of European Studies, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Many thanks for the invitation from the foundation, and it's my honor to moderate today's last session on cooperation between Chinese and European think tanks in a changing world. In an era marked by rapid global transformations. Yes, the dialogue between our regions have been more crucial. Today, we will explore the synergies and share the visions that we can shape our collective future. We are privileged to have a panel of experts who will share their insights and on for fostering cooperation and identifying opportunities amidst the challenges of our time. So let's begin with our first distinguished speaker, Professor Pieris Truardis, who brings wealth of experience as the Dean of the School of Business Administration at European University Cyprus, namely ECU, Deputy Director of CAS ECU, and the Director of the European University Cyprus, and the Cambridge Alternative Finance Cooperation Network. He is also a Commissioner of the Cyprus Gaming and Casino Supervision Commission. Professor Truardis will discuss from challenges of today to the opportunities of tomorrow, an alternative approach. Now the floor is yours, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for waiting for the last session, although the last things come always the best things. Okay, so I will try to be on the 15 minutes. I know that academics love to stand here and love to speak. Okay, but the whole idea was a challenge to find something that to accommodate the nature of this forum. And apparently, one of the research we are doing, we have evidence that if we change the way that we think what is a think tank, or how we implement the concept of think tank, then we have some concrete result. And we'll see our approach. It's everything about what next, which move we are going to do. Any move in the political part or the economy will have impact, will have consequence to some people or to a lot in a region. So we have to make sure that which move and what is going to happen next is very crucial to understand how to play chess. Those two pictures appears to be what's happening in the Asian Greek or Chinese time with the Athenian school of thoughts. That's a fresco in the Vatican City, referring to Socrates, how that was a think tank. And Socrates used to say, the only thing I know is I know nothing, starting a conversation because they want to listen. They want to create knowledge. And of course, we have the picture here about the night rebels of Han. It's a very descriptive picture that actually on that time the emperor was inviting everybody to come and some people refused to go. So they had not a party, they have a think tank, they have a discussion, what the emperor will say. That's how it started. This is at the same time during the ancient times. So what is a general about a think tank? It's about generate policy, provide knowledge, provide concrete evidence of a certain things. We need to move to the next level. We need to move from the blue to the pink. We need to move from one spectrum to another spectrum. We need to be not only standing in one pillar, but also we need to have a multidiscipline in our think tanks, because until now, we have very specialized think tanks outcomes. So the whole concept, just to understand what is a think tank, is about policy-driven evidence, research, and of course, idea creation, knowledge. But before we go and provide the new approach, let's understand what is the funnel of think tank. As you can see there, is the new ideas coming in. Different ideas, different opinions, different views, different arguments. And what is coming out as a concrete, one idea, one proposal, one solid evidence. Of course, we have the filters all around. This is a infographics of a very proper or ideal think tank operations. So we have to be open, and slowly we narrow through the various filters to the one outcome that we are looking for. This is very crucial for the moderator, for the leader of the think tank, to be able to understand this concept. If we fail apart, the outcome will not be the one that we want. So one of the arguments was about the challenges that we face today in the think tank. I think everybody, you can see a young lady, or some people that can see an old lady. Yeah, I think this picture of illusion it demonstrates the views of everybody we are sitting here. Everybody here have from a different knowledge background, different concept of what is a think tank, different concept what are the challenges. So we have to be open to different opinions. However, the challenges are still the same. Okay, first of all, let's put all of them here. So the problem that we face in think tanks today is a clear objective. We don't have clear objectives. Think tanks, sometimes they are forced to be conversation, ideas, brainstorming. No, we have to have very clear and concrete objectives so the funnel will work. The second is the impact. We have a lot of think tanks that they produce reports, data, policy. They don't actually relate it to the real life. So the impact is not there. So the results will not be followed, or is very theoretical, or is very narrow scope. So we need to understand why we want to create a think tank. What will be the impact of this think tank? What is the impact of today's forum? Okay. The third one is about to develop and engage knowledge. We don't have to come to a think tank just to express our opinion. We have to listen. We have to analyze. We have to understand why someone say this. Let's go and analyze that. So as soon as we analyze that, then we start developing new knowledge. And this is the concept. First, the fourth one is about measurement. We have to measure. If we don't measure, if we cannot measure something, let's don't do it. It's a waste of time. We move away from, this is a nice idea. In 21st century, we need measurable and accountable data. results based on a solid data. The fifth element is a consistency of the outputs or the consistency of collecting the data. We have various examples of think tanks that they came out and they produce very nice reports, but actually what we found out is the lack of consistency in the data, so we cannot compare. This is the concept of benchmarking. So we have to be able to compare based on the same fruits, okay? And of course, we have so many think tanks. So it's not about to become one, but the one that is listening to us, the one that the generation, the society, the business, the politics, the politicians listen to us. That's how we get credibility. This is the 6 challenges that we face when we start and create a think tank or we operate a think tank. So, where China and Europe can come, okay? It's a connecting boxes, let's put it that way. It's a continuous evolvement of those types that is already in place. Those think tanks that we have on the right-hand side of the presentation, they are concepts that is taking place. We have, before we listen about the EV charges and everything, it's a think tank about China have taxes, EU have taxes, so on. This is lack of the think tank exchange. Okay, so we need to have either international, sector-specific, however, is interconnected. The decisions or the proposals of one think tank in China with direct impact one in Europe. And that's how it should be done, connecting people. Our approach, before I was listening about the propeller, okay, and I think we are in the Laskaridis Foundation. Propeller is a very common word here. As you can see, I'm an engineer working in Rolls-Royce. In order to, the thrust of an aeroplane, designing the engine, has to have a perfect thrust. And this is the triple helix. It needs to be in perfect harmony. Perfect harmony, variety, multiplicity, and balance, Confucius and Heraclitus, at the same chronological time, they is being referring to the same thing. That's how the civilization from parallel is becoming common now. 2 different philosophers, no any connection because there was not any internet there, was not any post office, speaking about the harmony and the balance needs to be in place in order to create knowledge. And our approach in the think tank is about using the industry, the economy. We need to use the academy, the universities in the right proper, and of course, connect with the society. Because whatever we are doing will influence the society somehow. Whatever we are doing will influence the economy somehow. And whatever we are doing will influence the universities, the academia, the teachers. Okay? So what we want is to create a knowledge society. A knowledge society means accepting the difference, but agree on the common. Okay? In Greek, we say thesi, antithesis, synthesis. Okay? So we have to create this innovative hub. That's where the innovation is taking place. That's where most of the biggest innovation took place in the 21st century is because they produce under change of ideas and knowledge. So this approach that we propose and we enhance is based on 5 elements. We have to create and enhance comparative advantage. We are doing something to create comparative advantage, to be different from anybody else, to proactive using. Also, to transfer know-how. Socrates used to say, the only thing I know is I know nothing. From that time, everybody was listening. By the end of the think tank, by the end of the forum, we have to learn something. Okay? The third element is about growth, collaboration. We saw before the plan in Hungary, it's not only Chinese people working there, okay? It's a lot of Hungarians, it's a lot of Chinese, a lot of Greeks, a lot of English, a lot of Italians. It's a common element in an industry such that. So we need to collaborate. We cannot work alone. The fourth element is about the acquisition of skills. We cannot move the ship alone. We need the captain, but also we need the mechanic, the engineer, but also we need someone on the land to tell us, go ahead. So we need the skills of every single person. And fifth is about, I was listening before about the synergies regarding the research, about the development that is happening, about INEGIT in Manila, before about Ioannina and Castellorizo. Then, when we have a think tank, we have research, okay? And that the research is the tomorrow innovation. So what do we want to achieve with this approach? We need to move away from break the barriers. We have to go to the next spectrum, tier 3. What is a tier 3? The people that they will never join us, okay? So in a think tank, normally we call the usual suspects, the usual stakeholders. But let's move away. Let's open it to the society. Let's open it to the academics. Let's open it to the economy. Let's listen to them. Because some of the times, the majority of the think tanks that is currently in place is about a closed club. This is not the way to do it. The world is boundless. I think everybody knows that. An infection in China influenced Europe. Okay, a war in Europe influenced China. So it's not about borders now. Okay, so we need to understand that. And if we understand that, then we have to actually achieve the tier 3 level. This is what we are in our own cocoon, in our terms of reference. We have to be confident to come out from our comfort zone. And this is a proposal model that a think tank should be, or ideally, will be operate. We have 8 stages. The last stage, number 8, you see on the pyramid on the top, is about improve, influence, and shape the future. This should be the outcome of a think tank. However, we go from point 1, it's about the strategy fit. We have to be very clear. Challenge 1 was about objectives. So the strategic fit of everybody involved in a think tank needs to be in line. The vision needs to be the same. I was listening before about the dreams. You know, sometimes the dreams become nightmares. So we need to have a vision. Okay? So we have to have the same vision, share the same vision in our activities, in our operations. We have to be joined hip to hip. Start next to each other, not front, not in the back. Start next to each other so we can move forward. I have weakness, someone else has strength. Let's join to have the perfect balance. Okay, that was Confucius and Heraclitus' harmony approach. So having that pyramid would allow us to come out to point number 8, which is about improving our life, improving our policies, shaping the new community, the new culture, the new civilization, the new generation. Okay? The generation Z, I don't think they're listening to us now. Okay? But what we have to do is provide them with the information that they are going to think about it and decide about. However, to have that, we need the continuity cycle. The ambassador said in the morning that the only thing that is certain is uncertainty. So in other words, there is nothing permanent except change. We are in a fast-moving environment, either in the political sense, either in the economy sense, or in the society sense. Okay, one decision, either from any pillar, will influence our life. So what we have to do is continuously try to improve. Continuously, what we've done in the past is not acceptable today. We have to find new ways to do it. And the new approach, how the think tanks should be operate, should be based on the concept that we have to be the one, not one of. And of course, we have to have the resilience framework, and we have to be proactive than reactive. The decision is yours, what you want to be. So if you want to be a think tank that is influence, shape, improve, you have to be proactive. You have to put the terms of reference. You need to be able to provide the agenda. However, you need to be flexible, adaptable, and accountable for those things. So what we have to do is we have to plan, structure, utilize, and update. This is the key to success in any activities we are doing. Remember that the outcome of a think tank influences lives. Okay? And this continuous improvement framework, as you can see in the middle, is the helix, the triple helix approach I referred before: society, academia, and society can modify and create values, so we shape what is going to happen, and of course sustain and preserve value. We maintain the good things and improving those they need improvements. So it's a continuous battle of surviving and providing to the, especially to the new generation, and of course the elderly generation, we need innovation. Possibly in our generation, the innovation is expected 5 years. In Z generation, it's about 2 years or 1.5 years. It's too old. So we have to move with what's going on in the near future. Finally, in order all these concepts to be successful, we have some critical success factors. We need to do the right thing. We have to collect the right data. It's a teamwork. We have to communicate, although here we are not speaking the same language. Some people speak Mandarin, some people speak, where is a Spanish guy? We have Greek people, Greek speakers, but we communicate in the same language. And this is more important thing. We need to have realistic and achievable indicators, measuring. Challenge number 5 was about measuring. We need to be able to develop the right attitude. Also, we need the right leadership. It's not about the title. It's about the charisma of the leader. Okay? And of course, we need to be adaptable and agile in 21st century way. I know that it was 15 minutes. This is the pain of the sunrise, the impression of sunrise. I think hopefully tomorrow, those you follow the lecture, you will be a new day for you. Okay? And join the journey. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Trudis. And just now, Professor elaborated current situation and the challenges to our think tank cooperation between China and the EU. And he proposed his 3-tier methods to reach beyond existing stakeholders, and his suggestions on think tanks' best practice approaches. And he also gave us how to continue the think tanks cooperation, excluding resistance frameworks. So, I think it's a very vivid and enlightening presentation. So thank you again, Professor. And next, we have Dr. Ju Weiwei, Vice President and Managing Director of the China CEE Institute and the Vice Director of the Department of Central and Eastern Europe at the Institute of European Studies, CAS. And Dr. Ju will elaborate on China CEE Institute beyond the platform for cooperation of China and the CEEC think tanks. So let's welcome.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much. And thank you, my colleague and my friend, still sit here. And I know it's a very long time conference, but a very fruitful conference. Here I would like to, firstly, I would like to make some introduction to the China CEE Institute. The China CEE Institute, founded on April 24, 2017, is an overseas think tank, independently resided in Hungary, organized and operated by the IES of CAS. Since its establishment in 2017, the institute has carried out many kind of research about China CEE cooperation and CEE regional studies. We have many research fruits such as weekly briefing, international conference, regional reaching cooperative program, and publication of our research result. Here, I would like to introduce the briefings. Our briefing papers are introducing the political, economic, social, and diplomatic situation of Central and Eastern European countries, as well as the current situation of regional development. Last year, we totally releasing about more than 500 briefing papers in English. And secondly is China Watch. This program is introduces the academic achievements of Chinese scholars. Every year, for example, last year, we released 30 articles in our website. This is our survey report, how the CEE citizens view the China's development. This survey is started from 2018 and lasts for many years, last year, 2023. And this survey report is a cooperation program by the China CEE Institute and the think tank in Hungary. Here, since last year, China CEE Institute has organized a lot of various academic events, such as conference, symposium, and forums. Restarted offline academic exchange after the pandemic. Here, research project tender. Every year, our institute will make some research project tenders. And this year, our institute will launch program tenders for European think tanks, also including the CEE countries think tank, to carry out collaborative research on the topic of European political, economic, culture, as well as China European relationship. Our institute, the China CEE Institute, will provide sufficient financial support and publication channel for the research result, so as to make positive contribution to China CEE academic cooperation and exchange. Secondly, I would share some feeling and share some views about the think tank cooperation, because since last year I have the position of manager director of China CEE Institute, and for more than 1 year, I would like to make a few points from the perspective of the China CEE Institute. Firstly, the institute, the think tank, should adapt into the social and governing environment of European countries. For the Chinese think tank in overseas. The institute has gradually adapted to the laws and the business environment in Hungary, as well as the European, since its creation in 2017. However, we still feel that as a Chinese think tank, we still need to gradually adapt to the social and law environment of European countries, such as the taxi, legal, employment system, and the immigration policies in Hungary, which are all related to the institute operations. In addition, the administrative efficiency in Hungary government department are very different from those of China, and in some specific matters, they are very easy to do in China, but it's not easy and even very hard for us in Hungary. So, if Chinese think tank are to set up more institutes in Europe in the future, I think we need to do a good job of researching the national conditions for the target countries and get a deeper understanding of local laws and the business environment. Secondly, Chinese think tanks are facing the challenge of pan-securitization by the media in the West. After the establishment of the institute, some media in Europe and in United States have made a lot of reports on the institute. They said that the institute is a Chinese spicy adjacent, helping the Chinese government to do things and collect the information and the intelligence from the European. But behind these negative reports, this media normally just use the pan-security perspective and completely ignoring the fact that our institute is an academic think tank that operates in coordination with the local laws and maintain a high degree of transparency. Such reports not only undermine the reputation of our institute, but also made many European scholars abandon the cooperation with us. For example, the scholars from Poland, Czech Republic had to abandon their cooperation with our institute because of these negative reports. Thirdly, China and the European think tank need to improve the resilience of cooperation. When cooperation with European think tanks and scholars, China's institute need to improve the resilience of cooperation, which mainly includes how to connect different cooperation needs, how to enhance the visibility of a research result of both sides, how to avoid values to interfere the academic research, how to coordinate different work efficiency between China and Europe. Firstly, the cooperation network between China and European think tank is still relatively weak. Frankly speaking, academic exchange between China and the European think tank still have not formed a network, and the exchange between two sides are still point to point. So this leads to the insufficient academic exchange between China and the European think tanks. And it is also the cooperation of two sides also in a low level. For example, in the information and resource sharing between tanks. Lastly, I would see some opportunities for think tank cooperation. Academic cooperation between China and the European think tanks face many opportunities in the future, I think. And from the policy level, China attaches great importance to its relation with Europe and regarded Europe as one of the key areas for China's foreign policy. From the academic research perspective, China also attaches great importance to European studies, especially in the European regions and the European countries. And China will invest a lot of resources in the relevant research in the future. Lastly, I would say that our institute we are creating more platform and channels for the cooperation, not only the China CEE Institute, but also the China Study Center here in Bilias, in Cyprus, in my colleague's university, Cyprus, and also in France, in many European countries, we have a lot of study centers. So in the future, we would like to provide more channels and a platform for China and European think tank cooperation, and provide more resource and financial support for the circular, for the experts, for the European studies in Greece and in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ju. And Dr. Ju has provided us with a compelling perspective on the role of China CEE Institute. We all know that the China CEE Institute has achieved numerous accomplishments, including the publication of monographies, research reports, and policy recommendations. And so although we are facing challenges, it has facilitated cooperation between Chinese and European think tanks and contributed to the development of China-Europe relations. So thank you again, Dr. Ju. So next, let's moving forward. We will hear from Mrs. Chen Si-Yang. She is an assistant researcher at the Institute of European Studies, CAS. She will discuss think tank and universities cooperation between China and the Central and Eastern European countries. Mrs. Chen, please share your valuable insights with us.
Firstly, I have to say I'm very glad to attend this symposium, and I heard a lot of very interesting topics and I learned a lot today. So thanks for invitation. My topic is university and think tank cooperation between China and the CEE countries. First of all, I want to talk about the importance. Okay, it's okay now. First of all, I want to talk about the importance of this topic. We know that in 2012, the China and CEC cooperation was formally launched. Yes, okay, yes, thank you. Over the past decade, there has been many significant development in political trust, tourism, especially in trade and investment fields between China and CEC. However, due to many reasons, the economic exchanges and investment cooperation have not reached the expected levels, such as differences in trade structure, differences in our investment regulations, and the differences in market and demand. Additionally, the rise of international trade investment protectionism in recent years has also made it difficult to increase the amount and the volume of bilateral trade investment, what my colleague just talked about, such as imposing tariffs on electric vehicles. So in this background, people-to-people exchange have become a new highlight of our China-CEC cooperation. But some of Central and Eastern European people have a lower awareness of China. They're different with you who are sitting here. You know very well about Chinese culture, Chinese history, even Qing dynasty. So you know a lot about China. But I have to say you are minority, not a majority. So many people from CEC country, they don't know much about China and are more inclined to follow Western media criticism of China. So that's why the people-to-people exchange is important, we say. We have to know each other and improve mutual understanding. In this progress, university and think tanks play a very visual part. Not only they can demonstrate a country's soft power, but also lay a solid foundation of public opinion, especially think tanks. Relying on its special position in the government decision-making chain, think tanks are deeply involved in the national knowledge protection activities. So I would like to talk from two perspectives: university and think tanks cooperation. First part, I would like to introduce some status of cooperation. Firstly is university cooperation. Since the establishment of the China CEC cooperation mechanism, the education sector has showed huge enthusiasm for cooperation. And now there are 312 Chinese and Central and Eastern European universities which have joined the China CEC Higher Education Institutions Consortium. The most direct form of the educational cooperation includes university partnership, exchange of students, and the establishment of language programs. University cooperation between two sides shows some characterism. Firstly, there is increasingly broad range of disciplines covered. Universities in China and in CE countries have initiated comprehensive cooperation, covering nearly all majors, including language and literature, arts, science and engineering, medical sciences, and agriculture and forestry. Initially, language-related majors were important, but now cooperated discipline has extended into other areas. Secondly, the cooperation covered many regions. At the beginning of the China CEC cooperation, university cooperation were mainly concentrated in major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou in China, and capital cities in CE countries. But now, according to some statistics, nearly half of the cooperation worked in non-capital cities. We can see, I have a table of this. We can see in China, the Dezhou, Ningbo, Chengdu, Hebei, they are not capital cities. So we can see from this table, there's many data. We can see that a trend of educational cooperation extending from capitals and major cities to second or third tier city university in both sides. And thirdly, the number of exchange students has increased. Due to the limitation of recognition and influence, Central and Eastern European countries have not traditionally been major attraction for Chinese students. However, with the push from the China and CEC cooperation in recent years, the educational resources of these countries have gradually become recognized in China. According to the statistics, until the beginning of this year, over 10,000 students have been exchanged between China and the Central and Eastern European countries. Fourth, Chinese language courses have become popular in CE countries. I remember Mr. Georgios in the morning, she talks something about the Chinese language course. I remember he said that Chinese language courses are the most attractive course for foreign students. So it's the same situation in Confucian institutes. They play a very significant role in promoting Chinese language and culture. And now, in CE countries, it has established over 3 over 13 Confucius institutes and over 13 Confucius classrooms with over 4,000 registered students. So we can see educational, we can see, or we can see that university cooperation has already have been a highlight. And the next one is think tank exchanges. Think tank exchanges is another highlight of China CEEC cooperation. Through holding joint seminars and scholar exchanges and engaging in joint research and joint publications, we can see think tanks has been a crucial part of enhancing cultural exchanges and mutual understanding. Beyond the professional think tanks, many university research centers and research institutions also function as think tanks. And now, Chinese think tanks have several categories. First one is national governmental agencies, such as our Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and the State Council Development Research Center. And second one is corporate research institutions like Alibaba Research Institute and the Baidu Development Research Center. Third one is research center affiliated with academic institutions, such as Center and Eastern Europe Studies Center. It belongs to Beijing Foreign Studies University. And last one is especially civic think tank platform, such as China CEE Think Tanks Network. And CAS also did a lot to do the think tank cooperation. In 2015, the China CEEC Think Tank Exchange and Cooperation Network was established, landing in Beijing. This greatly boosted the interconnectivity between think tanks on both sides. After then, research centers focusing on focusing on Central and Eastern Europe, and these countries have spread up rapidly everywhere. And universities has also actively supported and funded scholars to write papers about these countries. Among this, we can see some data. The research centers established under academic institutions have been the fastest development. Over 13 such centers have been founded in just several years. Additional, some of them are directly named European Research Center, but they also expand research on Central and Eastern Europe. And in April 27, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences registered the China CE Research Institute, what my colleague Mr. Zhu Wei just introduced. And in November 2019, Lascaris Foundation and our CAS announced the establishment of a Center for China Studies. Even during COVID-19, we hold several symposiums online. Now we come to the problems. Since the launch of the China and the CEEC cooperation, we have some fruitful achievement, but we also face some problems. The first one, overly rapid growth in CEE language programs. Under the China and CEE cooperation mechanism, many universities open minority language programs such as Polish, Greek, Bulgaria, so on. For example, I take the Polish language for example. Before 2012, only 2 universities in China offered Polish language programs and graduating no more than 15 students every year. But since 2014, over 20 universities have started offering Polish language programs with graduating about 200 graduated per year. And however, the market demand is lake, so they can't find a job. Additionally, the exchange of students has been increasing year by year, but the quality of the students cannot be guaranteed. According to the principle of equality, the Chinese government have to provide as many opportunities for CEC students as there are Chinese students going to CE countries. However, the number of students in CEC who study Chinese culture and language is very limited. So the result is some of them who go to China to have to study, they don't like Chinese studies. They're disinterested in their studies and come there just for a free tour. So over rapid development might affect the quality of educational cooperation. And the second one is the lack of implementation of MOU related to university cooperations and think tank cooperations. China and the CEC eagerly sign many memorandums and agreements. However, to the implementation of this agreement is a problem. The third one, lack of internal motivation for university cooperation of local government. Because the local government initially focusing on cooperation in infrastructure and economic cooperations. But when they find some difficulties, the local governments shift their focus on softer connectivity, such as university cooperation and think tank cooperation. But it's not their intentional purpose. So they lack of internal motivation to develop this for a longer time. And I have some suggestions for this, how to solve this problem. First, I think support educational cooperation while ensuring the quality of international students is very important. For the side of Central and Eastern European students coming to China, it may be beneficial to raise academic requirements to them or include a specific exam with regular follow-up to assess progress. And for Chinese students studying in CE countries, a selection mechanism should be established. And second, ensure the implementation of educational cooperation agreement. University on both sides should identify their needs before forming agreements. Once the agreements are signed, local governments should actively promote and support their implementation. And third, think tanks should focus on more practical research. In recent years, the number of think tanks reports on Central and Eastern Europe and this cooperation mechanism has established increasing in quantity. However, alongside the focusing on quantity, there should be an emphasis on quality. The rapid increase in research centers focusing on the same fields and leads to unnecessary competition. Okay, so finally, as I'm the last speaker, I want to finish my presentation with a saying by our President Xi Jinping that says in Chinese, 国之交在于民相亲，民相亲在于心相通. What say in English is the foundation of state-to-state relations lies in affinity between the people, which largely stems from mutual understanding. I really hope that China and the CEC will have a better understanding through these meetings like today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chen, for your insightful contribution. And it shows us an overall and with details picture of the China and CEC countries' cooperation of think tanks and universities. And you talk about cross disciplines education and academics cooperation on the aspect of the universities. And the most impressive for me is we know now that the cooperation spread from capital cities to more local cities. And on the sector of the China CEC think tanks, I think it's a high level for the partners, but also it's high level, the quality of the high level for their outputs. And Dr. Chen also talked about the obstacles for our cooperation and proposed her advice, her unique suggestions for our further cooperation. So thank you, Dr. Chen, and she is the last speaker of today's symposium. Now let's open the floor for a brief discussion. We have 15 minutes or more or less to explore the potential for future mutual understanding and maybe some next step cooperation. So please feel free to raise your questions. So, okay, thank you. So, the gentleman.
First of all, I would like to thank you for these beautiful presentations. And I would like to ask all the speakers of this network that has been created in the Central and Eastern European countries, what was the role of history on that? Because all these countries that you are referring, they were, after the Second World War, till as a communist countries. And is that a reason that they have been in affinity with China and common understanding? And did that play a role on the creation of this network and cooperation? And my second question is, we are not able to find out, if China is nowadays trying to has an influence in the world, but how about soft power of China? Because we just see implementation of cultural things and also products that they are of use. Do you think about any soft power? Thank you.
Thanks. Cyprus was not an ex-communist country. Let's put it that way in the side.
I said
Yeah. Okay. I have to say, from my experience working with the Chinese colleagues, it has to do with the mutual understanding of things needs to be changed. And of course, we have a common, as a Greeks, we have a very parallel history with China. And I think we have, at least what we found in Cyprus, was very easy for us, the foundation to be the same. So the pillars was very easy come up, and we build that relationship. At least for my country and our university, we having, the plan is to have a research center, and this is in place already. We have a huge library with for the Chinese Academy also. European University established with Mianyang University. The ex-rector of Mianyang University was Xi Jinping, the president. So we create the IDEC, the International Digital Economy College. And in order to say that when you have common plans, a vision, it's very easy to collaborate. I totally understand the majority of the community. I can understand your argument, but I think, although I'm not a Chinese, but I can understand how the my colleagues from China think about it is to come out from their own spectrum as well. That's what I saw in the presentation. I think all of us, we have to come out from what sometimes the past not allow us to express. And I think Greece will benefit like today. So this is my comment.
Thank you for the question. I think that for China-EU relationship and also for the China-EU European relationship, the pragmatic cooperation is the core, and is also the basic things of for the two sides. So it is also important that the think tank of China and the Europeans should focus on how to improve, how to carry out a more pragmatic cooperation between two sides. Not to focus on the security, value, democracy, something like this. I think this is nonsense because different countries, different peoples have different views for their values, for their democracies, for the definition of what is freedom, what is the security. So, but for EU, for Europe and China, and for also the CE countries and China, the pragmatic cooperation such as trade, investment, the people-to-people exchange, educational, tourism, and something like this, some cooperation like this is more meaningful, and it also take a lot of benefit both sides. So I think our think tanks, not only in China, in Cyprus, in Greece, and also in the European countries, the think tank should focus more on the pragmatic cooperation of two sides. Thank you.
And thank you for your question. And you mentioned that soft power, and I think although I talk about in my presentation that university cooperation and the think tank cooperation, but I think soft power is not only this, but also what people really do. For example, what Chinese really do in Europe, and they give you what which kind of impression. So that's Chinese soft power, really soft power, not only in these think tanks or something like that. So maybe I think the next highlight of China and CEC cooperation will be tourism, because we can understanding very directly and we can do the mutual understanding through this way. That's my opinion. Thank you.
And in the philosophy of China, soft and hard is always interconnected to each other. For example, today we have a conference. We can say this is a hard. It's very hard. It is a hard platform. But after this conference, we have the ideal exchange, ideal cooperation, ideal share. So we can say this is soft. We can say this is soft. So I think it's very difficult to say what is soft, what is hard. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. I just would like to share a personal commentary for the lecture of researcher Chen Xiyang concerning the academic exchange between students. Between CEC and China. I'm a PhD student in the University of Athens in Greece, and I'm also interested to observe the university system in Balkanic region and the whole Eastern Europe. Maybe the one problem for the student exchange is that, as you mentioned, it's often limited to the language exchange, and maybe sometimes the program on modern geopolitics studies. I think it would be better if the exchange program could be extended to other disciplines. In both in natural sciences and human sciences. For example, in Eastern Europe, there are many good university faculties on Slavonic and Byzantine studies. For example, I know in Poland, there are many good faculties on Byzantine studies, even if Poland is not part of the Orthodox Christian world. Yeah. I think it would be better. Yeah. If we can extend. Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you for your remarks. And any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay, and time passed by. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this session to a close, I would like to thank all our speakers and questions. Thank you. So next floor is to our concluding remarks.
You may continue sitting here. We will do a very quick wrap up. In any case, thank you all for enduring the whole day with us. The whole event will be available on our YouTube channel by probably next Monday. So you will be able to see the whole of the proceedings. We will upload it in the separate sessions in order to be searchable more easily. So you will be able to address again the proceedings. And I believe by looking at the proceedings again, we will gain much more than this one-off from the physical, real event. So I will not do a wrap-up in the classical sense. I will only state a few comments, personal comments. First of all, the Ekaterini Laskaridis Foundation is not a think tank, so I need your excuse for that. However, we do believe that good relationships between nations can happen by common understanding, and culture is a very important part, maybe the most important part in promoting good relations. And this leads to everything else. So this is why we are so warmly advocating this course to follow. We followed from the morning until the afternoon the process from ancient times and ancient thought. I think the keynote speech by former President of the Hellenic Republic, Prokopios Pavlopoulos, was really inspiring. And I say again that we will send it to your emails, the whole dissertation, which is very long. If he were to speak physically, it would take more than 1 hour and a half. So there is much in this speech that can be of interest read. And we started with ancient status of events. Admittedly, communication was not easy, very, very sparse. And we continue to the modern world where we see through various examples, like the example of Sir Robert Hart, that mutual understanding is something that needs each person to put himself in the position of the society where he lives if he wants to produce something positive. And then finally, we approached some issues that are not really related to civilization, but we cannot hide our heads in the sand like the ostrich. So we need to face reality in the eye. And in that sense, I think that Admiral Karageorgis' remark, injection, in the third panel was very to the point by bringing the issue of international relations being an overarching blanket that can influence very many different aspects of relations, including things that one would not consider having to do with international relations. And we need always to keep that in mind. And this also impacts on the last panel's dissertations. To my mind, Professor Houridis should be working to selling, I don't know, electrical vehicles to Europe or something. Your presentation was astounding. Thank you for that. I will read it again and again. The issue in Greece, at least, with the think tanks, is that in the past, until before the economic crisis, there were think tanks that were being funded. They were able to find funds, even from the government, to operate and produce real thought. But unfortunately, due to the economic crisis in 14 years ago, this kind of funding vanished, and it has not been reinstated. The result is that most of the think tanks try to find funding through European funds. But European funds are given only for issues that are of interest to the European Union's various policies. So, in my mind, it is a very important thing if if I understood well, China is willing to enter this market, let's call it, of funding Greek think tanks. I am sure it will be able to produce much in this respect. I am not saying that the think tank will be ordered to produce something that the client wants. This is especially difficult for serious think tanks. I myself am a member of the advisory board of ELIAMEP, which to my mind is the most serious think tank regarding European and defense policies in Greece, a historical think tank, and with excellent academic quality. I can tell you that ELIAMEP is trying to see what can be done in the area of Euro-China relations, but there is not much interest from the funding, those who can fund, to give such kind of work to ELIAMEP. Maybe there are other think tanks available also in this way. So with these words, I think I am done. I'm very happy with the result of today's proceedings. I believe we touched the heart of the issues that we talked about, and I am grateful to all speakers, panelists, and all of you who followed the proceedings. Thank you.
My dear friend and my colleagues, here I would normal say about the conclusion, but my great thankness to the foundation, to the Mr. Madelatis, and your great help for the organizing this event, and you so work hard, and I hope we keep our cooperation in the future. Maybe after discuss with my boss, Professor Zhao Jinglin, that maybe next conference we can host, we can organize in Beijing and invite the Scholar of Greece to visit Beijing, and not for the conference, but also to visit the Museum of Cats and museum in other museum of the Beijing. You know, Beijing also culture capital of the China. There are also so many museum and so many ancient seaside in Beijing city. And secondly, I would say I would announce the calling for a paper for the conference. Also after discuss with my boss, Professor Zhao Jianglin, and she suggests that the experts and the scholars participating in the conference today can could contribute the papers to the to our institute, and the European Study Institute of the CAS will collect the papers and publish the paper in China. And I think it will be excellent, fruitful, and make our soft and hard result of this conference. So we are looking forward to your contribution, looking forward to your paper. You can contact my colleague, Professor Dr. Han Meng, and you can send your papers to him. I think the paper's topic could be the cultural civilization of China, Greece, and China-EU relationship, and China-Greece relationship, and everything can be included in the collection. So if I'm, it's okay, my boss. Thank you very much.